Okay. All right. So, man forms a throuple. Ex-couple with kids reunites and welcomes a third into their relationship. Kevin and Jamie were happily married with 3 kids until things took a turn, right? The pair went their separate ways. That's until Kevin met Lacey. She was she missing the piece to the former couple's unit? Meet Kevin and Jamie, right? So what we're going to discuss is like their relationship and what made them decide that polygamy was the way. We're going to go into like Kevin's former past as a pastor, and then how like his relationship became a polygamous relationship and what it is that makes that more like of a sound thing, right? So we have Kevin and Wesley in the back chat, and we're gonna like bring him on, and so we're gonna like begin to like bring him on. So, hello, Kevin. How you doing?
Peace to you. How are you? I'm amazing.
Great. Now I'm still learning how to use this, so please excuse me if I'm like fumbling along on how like this thing works. So please excuse me.
No problem at all. Give me one moment. I'm gonna try to get some more lighting here. I thought it was brighter. 1 second.
Okay. Hey, crowd. Hey, everybody. Hey, everyone. Listen, throughout the chat, I want you guys to ask questions because we're going to be also like asking questions of the chat as well. And we want this to be an interactive thing because the question really is that why is polygamy the best option for marriage, right? How many people in the chat? I'm not sure how to put up a poll, but you know what? Put ones in the chat if you believe in polygamy. The people that are here, I want you to put a 1 in the chat if you believe that polygamy is a viable option for marriage. Put a 1 in the chat. Polygyny. Okay, so polygamy. We're going to discuss polygyny too, right? But Kevin is a polygamist. He's not polygynist, right? Or are you polygynist or polygamy? Hold on.
Maybe your computer is on because I'm hearing a lot of reverb.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you perfectly now. No reverb. Good.
Yeah, that was my phone. My phone. I'm trying to do 2 things at once. But yes,
okay.
The question is for everybody in the thing. How many people think that polygamy? If you put a 1 in the chat, if you believe, what was the question again? If you believe that polygamy is a good option for marriage. All right, we only got 2 people. Listen, I'm gonna need some interaction from y'all, okay? Because this is not like a viewer thing. We need people to like interact with us. All right. Okay, Lady Princess says 1. Okay. All right, Miss. All right. So far, you have a lot of allies in the chat room. Surprisingly. Okay, Regina says 2. All right. So you have 1 person that says no.
Okay.
Okay. So my question to you is, well, okay, I think it's fine when done correctly. Okay. All right. So I want to get the background story. What is the background story? How did you become polygamous? Like what was the turning like thing? What was it that made this happen?
Well, I can say I never thought I would be polygamous in that way. Never knew what it was, Of course, I grew up on strictly monogamy. It's all I've ever known. I did go through a separation with my wife for about 5 years. I was dating other women, of course, during that time. But I began to do more research on our cultures, and not for the specific reason of polygamy, but through that, I learned about polygamy. I learned about it from a very righteous way, not a superficial way, right? So I can see how it's better for us and our ancestors, how they used it and practiced it, and how many cultures across the world still use it. For me, I was in a loving relationship with Lacey, and I was dating some other women with the thought in mind to become poly. In my research of other relationships and things like that, I would talk about that with my ex-wife because we were still best friends during the separation and all. And she would say, that sounds like something I could do, So she didn't think it sounded bad or anything like that. We always talked about everything. But I went through something with the other women that I was dating, and I decided I didn't want to date them anymore. And they got infuriated by that, went online, told a bunch of lies on me. And Jamie ended up calling me. And she said some very loving and encouraging words to me. And I don't know what happened at that moment, but the love that I had for her, I mean, it just blossomed again. You know, we were very good at being best friends and co-parenting and all that. But at that moment, I saw her again, really. And that's when I said to myself, what am I doing seeking someone else to be my partner when I already have a wife? I already have 3 beautiful children with my wife. It would be ridiculous for me to go get another wife, and I already have a wife, you know. So I asked her, would she be back in my life if she would have me? And she was honored to. She said, I would love to, you know. So I arranged for her and Lacey to meet. And well, actually, I gave them each other's numbers, and they arranged for them to meet and surprised me with it. Sent me a picture of them two together. I was absolutely elated, you know. And from there, we started working towards our poly union. We ended up moving together about maybe a month after that. After about 4 months, or maybe 3 or 4 months of practicing poly, we end up making it public. So now we're going on about 3 or 4 years.
Okay, so your wife is the one that introduced polygamy to you?
Well, no, I was researching it along with just researching our culture and our background. You know, after leaving religion, my main thought was, what were we practicing before religion? You know, so in that research, I discovered more information on polygamy. And when I would read it, I would also talk to my wife, Jamie, about everything that I was learning. And when I would talk to her about polygamy, she would say, "That sounds like something I could work with that." You know, so that's something she already told me that she could do anyway. But no, she didn't talk me into it. I didn't talk her into it. It was just something I was studying, and then she would just, I guess, give me hints or at least let me know that she could practice that, you know.
So you talk about religion, right? So you used to be a former pastor, right? And you know, I know in the Christian church, you know, even though the Bible has polygamy in it,
Mhm.
for some reason, it's not. I mean, unless you're like a Mormon or other
Mhm.
like branches of like you know Christianity, it's kind of frowned upon to have like multiple wives. Like, why do you think that is?
See, most people look at the social world around them and they don't read their Bible at all. So the social world around them, being in the Western world, absolutely polygamy would be wrong because legally it's wrong, you know. And so that's how we do. The government is our God. The religion they have in front of them, though, the Bible's God backs religion 100%. If they would read that book, they would completely understand that it does. You know, I always say to them that Paul's wives were given to David, you know, when David became king. Actually, when David, you know, went and got Bathsheba, and he had her husband killed at war, God was infuriated with David because he said, I gave you all of Paul's wives. Was that not enough? If you needed more, I would have gave you more. But to take somebody else's wife and then have him murdered, that's wrong. So God ends up punishing David by killing that son. But because his right-hand man was already dead, David stays with Bathsheba and actually officially marries her, and they go on to have another king after that. His name was Solomon, and he became the wisest man in the world, and he had 300 wives. You know, so the Bible's God is not against polygamy whatsoever. In fact, the Bible's God is a concept, and what it's talking about is that's how modern cultures, I mean, that's how ancient cultures practiced back then. Polygamy wasn't a thing people were jealous about. Actually, polygamy is created by women, not men. From this perspective of the Western eye, it's like, whoa, women are like, I don't want to share a man. But women actually created this. If you look at the world now, women actually more so are with successful men. And a lot of other men, average men, go without getting female attention at all. And they will seek out the man who's most resourceful. And they don't care how many of them are with that man. And you can take an account to the Keke Palmer and Usher thing. Many women said, well, he's 10 women down the line now. Y'all still talking about Keke Palmer. All those women were ready to be sang to by Usher. They didn't care if he just sung to another lady. And that's women nature, honestly. They was looking for resources. So getting one man and one man for every woman, that would have left the woman in a bad condition because she wouldn't have gotten the resources for her children, likely. Where they would actually look at a guy who was capable physically, meaning that he's strong enough to hunt and provide for the whole family, resource the whole family, protect the whole family. that he has the demeanor of a leader, someone who will raise their children, and many of those women would marry that same man. You know, so if you go to different cultures across the world, women actually. We'll remove this for one moment. Rise and shine, family. All right, so I'm presenting to you guys this live I did yesterday, asking me about, of course, my polygamous relationship and how polygamy could better our communities, why polygamy may be a good option for marriage, or many of you guys. In that live, there was a lot of disrespectful people. Of course, you guys know exactly what's going on with my brother and his wife. These people are relentless. They invaded the live, typing Dwight's name into the comments. You'll see one of them pop up on the live as I'm talking. They tried to ruin the whole event and the interview by trying to post the video where I went off on the lady who was calling my wives out of their name and talking about my children and stuff like that. But I just wanted you guys to be aware that people are going to be in the comments being very petty, claiming that I'm not respectful. But they're in here asking me if I'm gay, which I've already answered the question that I'm not. So any person that's asking it is clearly being disrespectful. I mean, wouldn't they be? Why are you asking me if I'm gay? Because somebody said it? Did I say it? It makes no sense. So when you see people doing that type of stuff, notice that it has nothing to do with the reality of what I'm talking about. And they're just trying to be antagonistic. But if I give them this work and I respond back, Kevin is rude. Kevin is disrespectful. So I'm not going to be rude back. I'm just going to block them. But just know that you'll see it. Try and be very mature, because I will block you guys if you are being disruptive to what the topic is and all that good stuff. Okay, so let's get back to the video, and you'll even see her ask me about this situation in the actual video of what I said to the lady the other day. You know, so I even had to address that in this video. So they're trying to ruin my opportunities and stuff so far. But what they don't understand is I have millions of people who I've helped in my life. They've watched the work that I have done. They know full well who I am. And if I cussed you out, you well deserved it. You well deserved it. So do what you want to on your end to try and destroy me and my image, but you're going to have a hard time doing that. Have enough people who I help and who will continue to support me because they completely understand that I was protecting my family. If we're going to protect Black women, we definitely should be on her head and hold her accountable for disrespecting Black women, because my wives are Black women. And I think that's crazy that I can't protect my Black women without being accused of being disrespectful to Black women, if that Black woman is disrespecting the Black woman in my life and my family who I'm supposed to protect. I am a Black man, and Black men should be respected as well. So can we make that a thing, right? Respect Black men, and respect Black women. Can we make that a thing? All right, so we're gonna get back to the actual topic at hand, family. So please enjoy. Look to married men for marriage, because they look at how they treat their current wives, and the wives are encouraging them to come on and join their union because they get what they would call a helpmeet. You know, someone that helps them, you know, do the things, do the roles that they do for their husband or for their families. So yeah, from the modern eye, of course, the Western eye is it's just supposed to be monogamy. But I'll challenge y'all on this. For anybody who may say, well, that's not how women think, that's not how men think. Our natural way is polygamous. And you can tell that by the way we date whenever we're single. When we're single, we just deal with people, okay? If we were truly monogamous, we'd wait till we got one partner and stay with that one partner. It doesn't mean monogamy is not date like you're polygamous, and then when you're in monogamy, now let's be monogamous. It doesn't work that way. So I'll have people criticize me and say, Kevin, you're sleeping with two women, or you two women are sharing a man. And I say, well, if you're single, that man you're sleeping with, you don't know how many women he slept with this year. I've only been with two women in the past 4 years, you know? So, you know, how we date when we're single leads to hookup culture. It leads to the community looking the way it is, and us not being accountable to us being poly means that we're not going to father those children that we left with those women, and we're not going to mother those children correctly either, because we're not being accountable to the fact that we are making these children out of wedlock. You know, if we were truly monogamous, like I said, relationships would look different from the start. Women would stay celibate, and they would retain themselves until they married one man and stay with that one man. And men would do the same. But how do we live our lives? Let's be real. When we are single, we just date and we do whatever. Maybe some people somewhere choose to stay celibate or stay a virgin, but that's not how we live our lives.
So here's the question, because I keep getting people in the chat asking, what is the difference between polygamy, polyandry, and poly or polygynous, right?
Yeah,
and do you subscribe to all of those, or do you say, well, those things are wrong and this thing is right, or are all those things correct?
So they're arbitrary. Relationships are about the people in them, and whatever works for you, that's for you. That's the best I can say for it. But polygamy, by definition, is a man and multiple women partners. Polygyny is a woman with multiple male partners. And polyamory is kind of like a free-for-all. People that are not that serious about relationships, kind of what you would call being single and having multiple romantic friends. But this is what you all knowing about it. But when you commit, it becomes something else. But polyandry is more like a loose fitting type thing. And some people are good with that. They don't want any real commitments. They just want to kind of have sexual partners and take care of themselves in their own life. You know, polygyny is, of course, one woman with two men. I can see the adverse effects in that one, because her being able to give them both children at the same time would be impossible. And polygamy was created so we could be fruitful and multiply. And not just multiply, but multiply enough to have an army, multiply enough to have a tribe full of hunters, a tribe full of gatherers. We wanted a community. And to get that, women did not be beggars or choosers. They didn't say, hey, this is my man and my man alone. It was about doing it in a fast way, right? Creating a community. So they would say, this man is smart, this man is talented, this man is fast, he is strong, he deserves a lot of children, because we want to emulate that reflection. It wasn't about, that's just my man. These things are Western ideas.
Well, I thought polygyny was more about like a woman like choosing the most viable option as a man.
So I will respond to some of you guys if I don't feel like it was answered best in the video. If I feel like the question will be answered in the video, I'll let you guys stay tuned until I answer that question. But Kevin Carter said something I think is a good statement here to respond to. He says, but you and Lacey are having a child out of wedlock. So Kevin Carter, sex is actually what marriage is. So we live in a day and age where we think that marriage is only legal whenever you go to a courthouse and get them to substantiate your marriage. That's more of a slave mentality. The actual true marriage is when you have sex, when you merge your bodies together, becoming one, and that is when you can create life. Okay, and that's always been the case. What we do in this culture is we move very loosely. We do not have this understanding that our bodies are that valuable, that they are for creating a family, not your pleasure. You understand? While it may be pleasurous to have sex, it's not for pleasure. You understand? So the truth is, when you have sex with a person, that becomes your wife. Okay, so maybe you have many wives because you've had sex with many women, not understanding the true concept. But the fact is, we're a poly nation. We are poly in nature, and a poly lifestyle accounts for the nature of men and women, because many of you guys are not virgins. I don't know if any of you are. If you are a virgin and you are waiting for your virgin husband as well, or you are a virgin male waiting for your virgin wife as well, put it in the chat, because you would be officially monogamous. Okay, but either way, that would be besides the point. Just so you know, when two people come together and they say we're going to be in a relationship and we're going to support each other, all you had back then was your word. There was no contract. You can either trust that woman or trust that man or not. You know, but the way you solidified this was introducing them to your family, bringing your whole tribe into this covenant, and they all understood this. And you would also, do this in front of the public, so everyone knows that you are making this stand with your spouse. And then you would go consummate. But you were married when you consummated. The public declaration wasn't the marriage. The signing of the paperwork isn't the marriage, and it isn't to this day. The consummation always is, family. So great question, but I wanted to respond to that because I know a lot of people think with that kind of low vibrational or just a lack of understanding. Okay, we trust more so in
and the paper. I call us paper people because we don't think that anything can be validated or substantiated unless we got a piece of paper from the government. Many people even try and discredit or discount my knowledge because I didn't go to college to learn what I know, and have a piece of paper to validate me. But I'm a free man, and so are you. If you can understand what I'm saying is righteous and true, then take heed. If you expect me to have a doctorate or a certificate from some organization that deemed me worthy, then I'm not the one for you. It's really simple. But we're going to move on, family, and I will try and respond if I did not answer the question specifically in the video. Okay, let's go.
Like, for instance, so Prince Ella Clark, which is the person that I guess you had like some back and forth with. When she describes polygamy, she talks about it like that a woman chooses the man that is the most viable option, and that multiple women could choose that man, and that person probably is like a better. It's basically to like sets out the gene pool to make sure that you have the best viable genetic option. So, what do you think about that?
Well, yeah, I would call that polygamy because that would end up being one male with multiple female partners, where polygyny is one female with multiple male partners.
There's one more, James Beckett. Try to answer this question. I'm hoping I can answer this question without offending anybody who may be homosexual. But he said, I don't agree with this brother. The Bible says a union is between a man and woman only. Would you agree? That's my position. Much love. In the modern world we live today, a marriage or a union is anyone who joins together in a contract to be with each other for life. However, you are correct. In the Bible, it does not validate homosexual relationships at all. In fact, our modern world, in the Western world, hasn't been doing that for long. Naturally, which is what all the Bible, all these world books are constructed from, they would say that God is not for gay marriage because it doesn't breed life. Okay, so is it a marriage if joining together does not create a child, and it will not because you are the same gender? Is it truly joining together if it's not male and female? So these ideas come from ancient culture. Many of them look at it the same, but I don't look at the Bible as it is the inherent word of a God. I look at it as literature that men observe and maybe give credit to a God for putting it here, just as the Bhagavad Gita is given credit to God for being here, the Quran, all those things. So yeah, he says, I don't agree with this brother. The Bible say a union is between a man and woman only. I can understand that perspective because I understand that teaching. However, we live in a world where we accept that two people love each other. They have a right, to be together. You know what I mean? So does it create life? No. And if that's what you say, hey, I don't believe that's real unless it creates life, who am I to disagree with your mentality? And if you go by the Bible, brother, which I don't condemn anybody for doing, I'm not a Bible believer, but for those who believe in the Bible, I would have to say you're absolutely right. And you should live by your Bible. If it says homosexuality is wrong, you shouldn't accept it. You actually shouldn't. I think that's a problem when churches go against what it says they believe God says. It should be a problem. But we do live in a different world where many churches are trying to allow that in. I don't run those churches. When I were a Christian, I were hardcore. If the Bible said it, we're going to do things in Bible ways. You got to have the heart of God, and you cannot insert anything other than what the Bible or whatever literature you should be following. But that being said, let's get back to it.
The way I understand it, I could be mistaken on the definition of the word. She could be correct on that.
I think it's a matter of like control, like where the woman is in control of the family versus the male being in control, the center, right? Like yes, the woman would be the center. And
my bad. I see you. What's up, brother? What's up, bro? Robert Hampton in the building. What's up, King? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in and supporting and all that good stuff. So yeah, stay tuned, bro. Let's get back to it.
than in polygyny, and they would choose like this. Maybe I might be wrong. I mean, but that's what the most common is around the world. Telling marriage of men with several women. So polygyny is the most common accepted form of polygamy around the world. And what is the difference between polygyny and does anybody like know that? Let's ask.
Yeah, my beautiful wife Lacey, she fires that off often. I don't really care because I care about the relationship I'm in.
Oh, okay. So I have like two of my like co-hosts here. Do you guys know the difference between polygyny and polygamy?
So I don't know the difference between polygyny and polygamy, but I do know that polyandry is women having more than one male partner, and polygamy is a male having more than one female partner, or whether in marriage or whatever. But polygyny, I have no idea. I thought that it was women having more than one male but not in a marriage, versus polyandry was women being married to more than one man. But then again, I am not an expertise.
Okay, so here we go. Sorry about that. Here we go. It says polygamy refers to a person, male or female, being married to two or more people at the same time. So polygamy, I guess, is the umbrella. And under that would fall polygyny, which typically refers to a man being married to two or more women at the same time. So I guess you would say I'm polygynous, where it's under the umbrella of polygamy, where polygamy covers male or female having multiple partners.
Okay.
So I guess it would be a broad question to ask someone if they're polygamous, because that's only the umbrella, as polygyny and polyamory likely fall under that.
Okay, so here's the question. Like, okay, so one question that comes up a lot is like, how do you make sure that in this polygamous relationship that one person is not getting more attention than the other, right? How do you make sure that one person is not favorites, or how do you get away from favorites or loving one more than the other, or things like that?
Well, you understand each other's love language and you give them what they tell you you need. That's the only way to know. As a man, I can say that's one of the toughest part about polygamy for me, is because well, at least at first, because that was always in my head, wondering if I was doing enough, wondering if I might be making the other one jealous. And so more so than they were actually jealous, it was me. So me trying to get ahead of what would make them jealous. So if one of them walks in the room and I'm in the room with one of them by myself, I might get a little nervous, because I don't want to make the other one jealous, even though we full well know it's just a difficult parts of growing into it, But you learn to talk with your partners individually. They are entirely different women. They have totally different needs and wants and desires. And I'll tell you this, because we know about hookup culture and we know some people get cheated on and things like that. How many times have you seen someone getting cheated on for years and never even know? And that person was able to maintain multiple partners and give them all what they seemingly needed, because it's about listening to your partner. If a man knows how to listen to his partner, he'll know how to work with her and give her what she needs in terms of love and affection or attention, whatever that may look like. So not all women want to be up under you all day. Not all women want sex all the time. Not all of them like flowers and perfume. So you listen to your woman and you work with her, learn their love language. The main thing of my union is not about necessarily romance and what we get from each other in that department. It's righteous. It's to manifest a greater reality. So us three working together with one common goal gives us things a lot faster than it would give two people, because we now have three. So our whole goal is love is working together. Love is a romantic feeling in your heart, but what we call love is working together, putting our energy all together towards one purpose, and that's to manifest a healthy life and pass an inheritance to our children's children.
So here's the question, like, what about like homosexuality? Is there any like when you guys like are having sex with each other, like do you guys all join together in one big old orgy or
No, ma'am. So now that may go on in other people's tribes. That relationships are about the people in them. However, everyone in my tribe is completely heterosexual. I'm straight, and my wives alike are straight. So they don't have any interest in each other. They only are interested in me. And when I was putting my poly union together, that was a question that I always asked. Would you want another man? Would you want another woman? Because I wanted a union where they were solely focused on building with me. So if they would have told me they wanted another man or a woman, I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have been interested in it. So I don't want to limit a woman if she wants another man. So I prefer a woman who doesn't want another man.
So if like say like down the line the women begin to like each other, would you be like against that? Like say if they like begin to like start to love each other in a sexual way, would you be like, oh no, nah, this is not me and I'm
No,
gonna
not at all. No, if they were to develop a romantic relationship, I would not get in the way of that. We are one, whatever that looks like. So, of course, right now, that's not something that they are doing or interested in, but things could change. Now, however, if they said, I want I want to allow men in my relationship or in our relationship, then that, of course, would change it. We're no longer practicing polygyny anymore. That's something else, and that's not what I want. So if they wanted other men, then I wouldn't be involved.
Is there any questions, Janice and V?
No, I think you touched on some of the questions I have for him.
V, you have any questions?
I do have a question. Yes, I do. So you did touch a lot of very valid points. Polygamy definitely was a woman's idea. It mainly started around the wartime. You know, there wasn't a lot of men, there was a lot of women. And in order for them to all be taken care of, that's exactly what they did. So you're 100% right. What caused you and your wife to separate?
Me being stupid. I got married young, right? We got married at 20 years old. And I believe that marriage was just nothing but love and rainbow, right? When we got older into marriage, I felt like it wasn't what I thought it would be, right? So I sat down and I told my wife, who had done nothing wrong to me, that I wanted out of the relationship. And I've done this probably 2 or 3 times where I actually didn't leave and broke her heart. And I'd feel guilty because she would cry. And of course, she'd be hurt. So I would stay. And that last time I came to her and told her, she just said, Kevin, if I understand. And she didn't put up an argument. And I did. I left, but I did structure it. I made sure that she was taken care of. She didn't have to want for anything. All the bills were paid. I went and got me another place. I took care of both of the roofs over our head and still protected and provided for my children all the same. Because she had stuck by my side all those years, I'm not going to have her out here hurting for anything. So fast forward to 5 years later, I realized the errors of my ways. So that Jamie stayed faithful to me during that time, didn't deal with any other men. I got sick during that time with cancer. She nursed me back to health, all without being in a relationship with me. So I knew at that moment, I potentially probably didn't deserve her, but if she would have me, I would give her the world. So that she's an amazing woman, and I should have never left her like that. That was wrong. But a lot of people get married not understanding what true commitment is, and I didn't. I wasn't raised to know what it was. I had to learn the hard way, and that's why I do what I do now, because my goal is to help couples understand that life is about seasons. You're not always going to feel madly in love, and when that emotional feeling flees, are you going to leave your wife or leave your husband? Because for a man to do that, that's very feminine. So I was living in my feminine. Leaving her because I didn't feel the emotional love when I should have been honoring the commitment for my wife and children that I made. So that was a low development point for me in my life, but of course I've matured since then.
Do you think that because you were all she knew and you said that you took care of her even while you guys were separated, including while you guys were married and now that you guys are back together with Lacey included, do you think that the fact that you provided that protection, that financial stability, and you were all she knew, that's the reason why she accepted polygamy?
I don't think that she would have accepted polygamy if I had not shown myself to be the father that I was and the man that I was, regardless of a romantic relationship. So yeah, I think if I had said, because I'm not with you anymore, I'm no longer taking care of my responsibilities, which they're still my responsibilities. And I've always told her, if you give me children, I'm going to give you the world forever, because that's my children. So that I'm not going to break that because I'm no longer romantically, what I felt like at the time was not romantically in love. But she said through all of that, I was still, stable and there for her. So she would want nobody else. of course, I wasn't the only man she had. Jamie had boyfriends before me. She wasn't my first girlfriend either, but we had been together for so long that you could say that's all we practically knew was each other.
Okay. Now, when you were a pastor, was she also into Christianity with you, or was it pastor of another religion?
No, so she was a Christian long before me. I ended up going to her church when I was about maybe 15 or 16 years old. I'm living alone. Actually, it was me and my brother living together. He was 16, I was 15. My grandmother had gotten too sick to keep us. Mother passed when I was 3, long story, but it's just us two living in that home, and this church is across the street from us. And I would go there every Sunday. Nobody had to make me. I was just sitting there trying to get to know who God was. So I became a Christian at that church, started going there for several years. I probably was there maybe 3 or 4 years before I really got familiar with Jamie. Now, I knew her my whole life, going to high school, middle school, elementary school with her, but we never really spoke like that. But now she's in this church, of course. I didn't really say too much to her. But after a couple of years, I began to walk her home from like Bible study, and we started growing from there. But yeah, I became a youth pastor in that church by the time I was really about 20, and by 23, I was a pastor, but I would exchange out preaching. My pastor died some years later, and that's when I would take over on Sundays preaching. But yeah, Jamie was in the same church with me. She was right there along with me, believing in God right there with me. And so was my 3 children.
Did you change religions?
I became non-religious completely. So I went on a journey to prove that what I thought was God was real over other religions, And after I'd done my research, I could not find anything that could prove that my religion was real, that I could go to other religions and say, I have more than a book. I have actual facts to prove my religion. It is more than faith. And when I realized that all religions were substantiated in faith and not fact, I just stepped away from all of them. I couldn't do it.
What's your religion right now? Are you a Christian? Are you, into like the Hotep, like Egyptology thing, or African spirituality? What is your religion at the moment?
So I'm knowledgeable and well versed in many religions, as I've studied many, looking for what I thought was God, until I learned that these books and all these religions are conduits to self, which is God. So I don't have a religion, as I don't believe there's a religion that can even define how I see what we call God. So I would call myself agnostic, because I do not believe in a God outside of myself like other religions do. Okay, so I believe that we are all reflections of God, and that God has left no literature or anything like that. And the only way to find God is through believing in self and trusting in self.
So yeah. a lot of polygamists, there's like different so you have like some groups that will center everything around the man and be like, okay, the man is God, right? Then you have some people say woman is God, right? What stance do you take? Is the woman God or the man God? So you're saying God's within you, or is everybody God, or who is God?
Right. So because God by concept is genderless, then man and woman alike are all reflections of God. So man and woman combining together is the true manifestation of God, because that's when we become one and we can literally create life, thus being God, the creator of all. There's not a single person alive who didn't get here through first a man's seed, the spark of life, and a woman's womb, the ability to nurture life and build it from her own biological vessel. That's how we all get here, so we together are God. When man and woman work together in harmony, they build houses, homes, shelters, and they leave a lineage. When they separate, destruction awaits them. The man cannot get into the future, and the woman cannot have a safe tomorrow. We need each other to survive and live on. And nature's constantly telling us that. There's not a single animal out here who can recreate itself without a male or female. We need that. So there's not a greater person. We are each two pieces of the puzzle of the whole.
So you just said that, that if a woman is by herself, it's destructive, right?
If the man or the woman is by themselves, it will be destruction.
Why would you say that? Because there's several, a lot of single parents out here that are women especially, when the man abandons the woman, that are able to take care of their household and families fine.
So guys, to that what we're talking about now, I want to dive a little deeper into that because I'm going to explain it here, but I just do a little bit. So I want to involve you guys into that one. And thank you guys for joining the live. So let's say if you remove men right now, okay, women would have to maintain the world the way it is. So that means they have to operate the sewers, the heavy machinery, understand the power lines, the grid, understand how to repair the homes that we've already built, understand how to repair the roads that men have already built, defend themselves from animals and nature, okay? There would be hurricanes, there would be tornadoes, there would be chaos. They would have to be able to rebuild that world as women without the strength of men at all. So when I say women wouldn't have a safe tomorrow, I'm telling you that in order for women to survive and thrive and harmonically, the male must be present, okay? And now, if you remove women right now, men could survive in this world. We could run the world. We built the world, but men cannot get into the future without a woman. So we are doomed without each other. So I always try to say men are far alongside it, right? They have vision, they see into the distance, meaning they see enough into the future to want to be in that future, right? The women are more short-sighted, so they need to live for today, right? So they get a man who's looking into the distance, preparing a future, and that future will make sure that she lives for today. So women, y'all need us. Y'all need us to protect y'all. Y'all need us to survive, and we need you guys to survive and get into the future as well. So I hear a lot of rhetoric that tries to say, who can survive without each other? Nobody could survive without each other. Men would lose their minds without the love and nurturing of a woman. Many men now are ending their lives because they can't seem to get any female attention. You don't hear men at all saying we don't need women. You don't hear men at all saying that their physical nature says they need women. Now, women are more communal, so they can go without a man when it comes to, romance and physical needs, more so probably than a man. So when men don't get access to women at all, it is detrimental for them. Women inspire men; they motivate men to even create the world. So who are we without each other, right? So the moment that we think we can go off separate and just live on our own and survive on our own like an island, we have lost it. And might I add, you need more than a man and woman to survive. You need a village. Even if you and your spouse right now moved out into the woods, family, it'd be very difficult for y'all to survive. Very difficult. The things we have in this world today make life a whole lot more convenient. But the farther you go back, more work needed to be done to survive. So imagine there is no washer and dryer. So you actually have to wash these clothes out at the creek, right? Imagine there is no dishwasher, right? Imagine that there's no toilets, right? Just imagine life stripped all of that, and you're a couple and you got to survive. Now all those chores and things are very laborious. Where now you just throw something in the washer and dryer, throw something in the dishwasher, put some food on the cook. You don't got to start a fire. You got running water to be able to take care of everything, and we're still complaining about the contribution that we have to give to family and home. It makes no sense. Men, you do not have to go out and look for food just to kill it. Every other animal in this world, every free animal has to fight just to eat. Men and women only fight when we're mad or when we're trying to protect ourselves, but we've never considered the idea of fighting to eat. The lion risks his life when he chases that zebra. One kick to its face could kill it. You understand? And this is most animals in the world. You have to fight to eat. And if you're an animal and you consume the grass, then you have to fight to survive. Every time you put your head down to get a sip of water or grab a patch of grass, man, you risking your life being snatched from you. You ever thought about walking outside and a damn bird could just pick you up and run off with you? Or something bigger than you could jump out and just eat you? They're not murdering you. They're eating you. Like, they're not evil. You're their food. So men and women, we live in this very safe place, and because of that, I think we've forgotten really what the world is. It's still really that place. Okay. You still can't go so far out there in the woods or you're going to be food. But we live in this world. We really think we're promised a tomorrow because we're in this sort of this safe haven that men have created. And women will live in this world and say, I don't need a man. It's like, yo, then could you imagine surviving on your own? Like, could you? No, we need each other. So again, back to my point, a man and woman alone would be on struggle street with only each other. You needed a tribe. So you didn't have people back then just getting married and moving into their one house and just not talking to their family no more and seeing them every now and again because they got a supermarket and a job. When you married, you still stayed within your tribe. You didn't leave and move across the city. You stayed within your tribe. Now people be like, I want to see the world before I get married. You know that our ancestors said nothing like that because there wasn't any airplanes. It's like we use the modern world and the matrix to make it intervene with real marriage, like real, like the holy, everything holy, man. You see what I'm saying? So anyway, back to the video, but I just wanted to clear that up, that we need each other to survive. Absolutely, family. Hopefully that makes sense to you. Okay, I'm gonna stay up here though. Let's get back to it.
Where would the destruction come?
Well, imagine a woman never combining with a man. She'd never have a child, right? And if a man never merged with a woman and created the children, all of us would be doomed. So imagine all of us were sterile right now. We know there is no future. All we have is the current life that we live. And that's what it would look like if we didn't have children. Okay, so we would be nothing but destruction. There is no future for us if we don't mate. That's the simple fact of it. Now, you can take a situation where you've already had a child. Even then, you're needed because both parents are needed for that child. Can you make it work? Yeah, but you can't make it work wholly because both parties are absolutely needed. So I think it would be ridiculous for a man to say, I can raise my child perfectly without a woman and my child go not wanting or feeling neglected for anything. I think that's ridiculous because the mother is needed. And for a woman to assume the same, that's ridiculous because a man is needed. His structure is needed. His guidance is needed. Her nurturing is needed. Her love is needed. These things are needed. And when children come into this world, they deserve that. That's why I say men must find a good wife and women must find a good husband who will be loyal and stick with them because your child deserves both parents. They actually deserves a grandfather and a grandmother on both sides. You know, but our heritage has been stripped from us. So many of us don't know our grandparents and things, or even parents sometimes. But what we should do when we're creating our own families is find a stable person who can model what a mother should look like. Don't judge her by her body and her butt. Judge her by her character, her morals, because that's going to be the mother of your child. And a woman should look for the same thing and stick with that person. Love the one you're with because you'll grow old together and you'll see your children grow up and become grown and give you grandbabies.
So guys, I'll do you this one, okay? Let's make it really simple. I believe the universe is the greatest teacher. And if we would just but be students, we could learn the answers to every question. All right. So now let's take a moment and study the universe. Okay. I can prove to you that via the universe that teaches us every single day without fail. Okay. That we need each other. Just watch this. Okay. When a man and woman get pregnant, how did that happen? That was because a man brought the seed and the woman's body accepted that seed and sent that egg down to grab that seed. So both of them had to do their part, right? To make the life, just to create that life. Now, or the life is in the man in the version of the seed that is passed to the mother. She cultivates that seed. Now, during this time in a tribe, this woman is now beginning to grow this baby, meaning her body is going to begin to go under biological changes. Okay. Morning sickness, fatigue. It would be crazy to go through that alone, right? If it was just tribal days on some hit it and quit it type stuff, right? You never see him again. You don't got his phone number. There ain't no pages or nothing. This man is just gone and you had a whim. He was cute and y'all slept together, right? So now you're growing this baby and you're all alone. Through trial and error, family, studying the universe, you realize that's not wise, right? For her to go through that alone. So what if that male was to stick by you? When your body begins to slow down, I will hunt for the both of us. And I will protect you with my life and use my very body to resource us both while you carry our baby. And even once you have it, you still won't be ready to go back out into the hunt. You'll have to nurse our baby from your breast. And to show you that I'm grateful for that, I'm going to go get the food that feeds you and you ain't got to help me right now. Because what you're doing is providing for our child via your body. And I thank you for that. So here's what I'm going to do for you. Protect you with my life forever because you gave me my seed. And that's the covenant that we have, right? So if biologically you can see the need that male is needed there to make sure that she can eat, that she is protected while she is becoming weaker. Now, spiritually, because a woman can feed you from her body, from her biological vessel, can't you see why our concept in nature was that woman is the nurturer? This is not some gender biased thing. It's conceptual that the woman is the nurturer because her body can feed you from her body. She can feed you from her body. So in the spirit realm, so to speak, absent from her body, she uses powerful words of encouragement to nurture you, right? Support to nurture you. So the woman is the nurturer. So she would speak life into your child and they're growing up. So even when she can't feed them from her breast anymore, now she encourages them with her powerful words, right? She speaks life into them when they're hurt, right? She cares about their pain. This gives a man, a child, a mother, someone to look to for that when they grow up. Well, the man, okay, he doesn't nurse the woman from her body, but he uses his energy from his body to go get the food that the woman eats so she can nurture the baby from his body, right? Now, as the child grows up, because the man uses his physical strength to feed the mother, how would he use his physical strength to provide for his child? Setting a good example, teaching his child what he does to make money, how he hunts, because that child is going to be a vital tribal member and should learn to hunt from their father, should learn to grow from their mother so they can survive also. You don't want to limit your children. In nature, you want to get your children acclimated as soon as possible. Now our children be grown and don't even know how to cook. This is a basic essential need for life. Many of us are grown and don't know how to cook. So we have to see how we were raised. It's limiting who we are and our functionality in our relationships that we have today, right? So if you truly thought about what it would look like back in tribal days and remove this matrix, we would all work much harder to make sure the family had what it needed and understand the true power and concept of a family or a tribe. My wife is my other half. If she gives me a child, that's me in the future. I want me in the future to have an amazing mother, so I should choose one, right? And the mother should choose a man who she would want her son to embody. If you don't look at that man and say, man, I want my son to be like him, do not marry that man. And that's why you should marry him, because he'll be the model for your family. That's why you should marry him. Then you should support him so he can become the most successful man, because the character is there. But if you go looking for a successful man first and he don't have the character, sweetheart, I'm gonna tell you now, you're gonna have a tough time changing that man's character. You're gonna have a tough time because those things should have been learned in his adolescence and growing up and through his experiences in life. If you don't have character, you're not gonna be able to give it to him, and you're not gonna be able to structure a man by giving him rules. You can't make him do nothing. So if you really like this guy, look for a father in that man before you move forward with him, But that being said, I don't want to ramble on from the point. Let's get back to the video. If I think of something else, I'll come back, family.
If you do it right, when you die, you'll be able to look them in their eyes when you pass and leave them the inheritance that you so lovingly left them. Broken homes are destroying our communities, man.
Guys, when you guys have a question, just raise your hand so I know that you guys have a question. Now, here's a question from the audience. Who benefits the most from a polygamous relationship?
Everyone, the children. Everyone, including the children.
Then why would you say that?
So if you take your mind away from the idea of simply thinking about sex, right? Because you would be thinking, okay, well, the man benefits because he gets to have sex with all these women. Let's just if you take a look at this, that same man that gets to have sex with these women, he also has to be responsible for those children that come through those women. He also has to be responsible for that woman that he's actually with. Now, this man could do this and stay single. He could sleep around with whoever he wants to sleep around with and don't commit to any of them. We call that the single life. So when a man says, hey, I'm going to commit to a woman, if he's doing it the right way, it's going to cost him. He's going to have to take care of her resources and her survival. So that's going to cost him. If a man is willing to do that for multiple women, that's a larger burden for that man. So to men, it's not like, I get to sleep with 2 women. No, I got to protect these women. That's a greater responsibility for me. But a child with 2 mothers would most definitely say they're more blessed than a child with 1 mother. See, if you go all the way back, right now we're looking at the matrix from brick and mortar standpoint. Remove all of that. Go back to the jungle. You got to go back because that's how they strip our families from us. And we trading our birthright for these buildings and brick and mortar and jobs and titles. Go back to when we actually needed each other. Most of the time, at least 50% of the time, the woman didn't even make it through the delivery. Those births was killing women. So for a man to be able to know he's going to have a safe place for that child, he had other women. Now this cost him. He got to protect them all. He got to feed them all. But if his wife, his current woman who just agreed to be with him, has a child with him, if she passes on, that baby still gets a mother, several mothers. And in a tribe where there's several men, each one of those men are prepared to be the father of that newborn child. So that child will get several daddies, not just one. Now transfer that today. They try to duplicate that, but actually they don't do a good job of it. But they call it stepfathers and stepmothers. If your relationship with your current man doesn't work out, the next man, you would just say he's a stepfather. But
now, guys, I want to elaborate on that too. So they perverted is the word I was looking for. So they'll look into the tribe and they'll see a poly relationships and tribal relationships where if many men were involved in a poly tribe, they treated every child that came from that poly tribe as if it was their son. There was no way to DNA test the child. So if they were all with that woman in a poly tribe, then that was their child. So that child got many daddies. Now imagine having many daddies. Well, I guess you can, because many of you have a daddy, a stepdaddy. You have your mother's last baby daddy who was also in your life in some sort of way. And all the men who pretty much are in her life kind of do things for you, even if they're not a daddy yet, even if they're not married yet. Typically, when women deal with a man, he does some things for her children as well, and she expects him to. So you can see how we live in a poly community, but we say we're monogamous because typically you're only married to one person, but your life and your past matters. If you've been with one guy and you had sex with him, that makes him your husband. But even more so, if you have a child with him and you don't make that relationship work, any man that comes into your life now has to function for you and your child that you had before him. So you are saying to that man, love me and my child as your own. And you're asking him to be poly, which is accept you, even though you already have another man's child that's not his, and he's still supposed to protect it and provide for it, So consider a woman with multiple baby fathers. She could actually be supported by all of them. But in a lot of cases, these men, when they have sex with a woman and have children with her, a lot of times they're not responsible for those children. So now she has children by several baby fathers potentially, and they don't take care of them. And now she's left out here to struggle with them. If we were accountable to the decisions that we made, we would be poly. Because how did that happen if we weren't poly? How did she have 3 children by 3 different men if she wasn't poly? You see, and so the inaccountability to our true nature, which is men will deal with you even though you got a baby, he will. So that makes him poly. But if he sleeps with you, he should be accountable and responsible for sleeping with you. Meaning if he give you a baby, take care of the baby forever. You have to. You see, and so you can see how we pervert poly here, but we took these concepts from studying tribes and then created a whole new world over here in the Western. And so the world that we've been enslaved to that caused us all to be so monogamous minded, even though we're poly and we have blinders on, it's I promise you, I hate to say it like that, but it's a slave mentality. You grew up in a world and they tell you how to think, but your true nature, you're ignoring it. Okay, so our old ancient world and our ancestors were a lot smarter than that. They were accountable to human nature. They just asked that you be responsible for who you sleep with. So if a man had multiple women in his life, he took care of those multiple women. You don't even got to go back that far to see that. When a man got a woman pregnant, some maybe 50, 60 years ago, he married that woman. He married her because she got pregnant. Maybe her daddy pulled up on him with that shotgun. But we know that it was very important back then for you to get married if you had a child. But now think about this. The moment that woman is married, is pregnant, they're not discussing marriage. They're discussing abortion. I ain't even going to hold you. Or they're discussing co-parenting. But it's not like, yo, we got this baby together. You my person, because my child needs a mother and father. They need us because we made them. And if we can care enough to be together to make this child, then this child deserves us to be in a relationship and be in the same home so you can protect the baby all the time. And I can nurture the baby all the time. Not you be on the outside of the house looking in, paying child support. But if somebody break in this house to hurt your child, you really can't protect them. So it's an illusion. It's an illusion, so I really wish we would be accountable to our true nature, which is polygamy, or change our nature and strictly be monogamous, meaning don't sleep with nobody until you meet your one person. And if you sleep together, you got to make it work because that's your person. That's your person. If you have a child together, you have to make that work. That's your person if you're truly monogamous family, you know. So let's continue.
You expect him to love your child is just like the next man. So really, even in monogamy, that child got two daddies. Why? If you don't believe in poly, you see. So that's why I say we're poly, but we don't actually be accountable to it. Because if it don't work out with you and the man that you had this child with, you actually ain't supposed to go get nobody else, because you say you monogamous, which means you only get one person. And that's actually what you even have sex, because sex is marriage, not legal paperwork. So what we do is we live in the matrix. So we say, oh, now sex is legal paperwork. Marriage is legal paperwork, not just sex. But if you read your Bible.
Hey guys, I want to speak to something. Thank you for saying that, because I'd be forgetting to say that. Sakina Ross is true. And this is how that brother ended up in his feelings about the real father showing up and him being the financial person for the wedding. That was a reenactment from a Reddit story. So I just reenacted that Reddit story. For those of you who do not know, I do not have a stepchild. Lacey does not have a child other than the one that we are creating right now. I did that video because I was in the middle of writing my book, Before You Marry That Single Mother. And of course, you saw in that video, my response to myself playing that part was he was out of place. While he may be hurt that his stepdaughter wanted her real father to walk her down the aisle, there wasn't a shot in his face as if she didn't want him. And all stepfathers should know that you cannot replace anybody, and your job is not to. If they love their father, they're going to always love their father. And if you're with that woman and you're going to say, I'm going to take care of that child because I'm with her, because that's why you're doing the things for that child. It's not like you went and adopted that child specifically. You're with that woman and you're going to love her and her child, whoever that child was. If it had been a girl, you would have had a daughter. If it had been a boy, you'd have had a son. So you didn't go out and choose your adoption. So know that your relationship is with that mother, and then you're going to be the best example of a father to that child that you can be. And never try and get in between that child and their real parent. So even if their real parent is not there for them, you encourage them and be there when you can and where you can. But if they get to a moment in their life where they say, I want my real daddy to be there, you're supposed to say, well, let me go find him and let me help you. You're not supposed to get offended and say, but I'm the one that been there for you. You're telling that child that they're supposed to look at life like that. Like, yo, they grew up, they loving their daddy. They don't care about that like adults do. Many adults try and dictate how a child should feel about their father. Whether that man is there or not, a lot of times, you're going to love your father. When I felt like my daddy wasn't there for me, he was still a superhero to me. Still. I've always loved my father. Always. Nothing will ever change that. So some people might look at it from the outside looking in and say, well, y'all didn't live with him growing up. So I love him. He's always given me great advice. He's always had my back. He's always spoken life into me. He's never once put me down. Never once. Now, I've had many other people in my family to put me down, but he never has. He's never told me I was never going to be nothing. He's never told me that I couldn't succeed at life. He's always told me that I could. If I rap for my daddy, he'll say, man, you nice. Man, you really, you getting it, boy. If I sing, he'll say, man, you a bird. And I know I can't sing like him. But what are you going to do? Compliment me. So my father has been the backbone. Watching my father be great made me want to be even greater. Watching him sing and watching him do his skills made me want to be a performer, a singer, and made me want to do my thing. So he was a great example to me for me to see growing up. And sometimes that's what a father does. He's an example. Maybe he's not the father you expect him to be, but he's everything that you need. Now, y'all can love a God that y'all say don't show up when you need him, but he's there on time, but y'all discount your own parents when you feel like you can find a chink in their armor. They're your gods. They made you. You should not judge them. You wouldn't have this beautiful life where you're waking up thinking of God you can't see for that life if they didn't shoot you out. So praise God if you want to for giving you life. But I'm telling you, your parents made you. And they don't deserve your judgment at all. Love your parents' family. Honor them. Cherish them. For they are how you got here. You have a debt to them now. And that's to be your brothers and sisters' keeper. To honor them. Even if they're not honorable. Yeah, to live up, to be upstanding children, even if they don't live up to be upstanding parents. Your job is to be ascendants, not descendants. You are to learn from their mistakes, for you are their future self. You should be better than them. You should be more intelligent. You should have a higher moral code. You shouldn't make the same mistakes, but you cannot judge them. Yo, they had you to be the baton, so you could sharpen where they failed. Live up to who you're supposed to be and stop looking back in the past, judging people who made you. We do not understand the concept of family. You are not descendants. They've been lying to you. You are ascendants. Look at your family and correct the problems and fix the generational curses. And stop judging your mama and daddy. They don't have the heart to take it. They done raised you, did their best by you, only to watch those children that they loved and sacrificed for have judgmental words for them. And they did the best they could. And you have to believe if they knew they could do better, they would, man. I don't see no parent who out here intelligent as crap and know full well what to do for their child who won't do that. So if you taught your child religion and now you're not religious, don't be hard on yourself. That's what you believe in at the time. And we know you loved your child when you did it. Whatever you're doing, we know you're not out here intentionally trying to hurt your child, hopefully. But our parents are not for us to judge, family. We've mistaken that at life. Worry about being the best person you can be so you can be the best model for your children. So 20 years from now, they're not looking in your face telling you how much you failed. Learn from your mama and daddy. They set the example for you. All right, let's continue.
If you believe in that stuff, marriage is actually sex, period. That's what it is. So once you sleep together, that's your husband. So if you say I slept with more than one person, you're poly, you have several husbands. If you slept with more than one woman, you are poly, you have several wives. You're just not accountable to it. We like to pretend we don't do it. If that makes sense.
So what is
So I'm going to speak to this for a moment. Love JJ says we're not obligated to anything. I respectfully disagree. And that is because you are a God. Regardless of reason, regardless of something making sense, you still have the right to make every decision that you make. And if you don't want to respect your parents' love, you don't have to. You understand? But this is why they say your days will be shorter, not because some God in the sky is going to judge you, but because without parents, it's going to be very difficult for you to get into the future because you are forsaking your tribe. And if you say, well, what you said something next, every parent relationship to their children is not the same. You may be right. But if you understand true heritage, you have to think about your tribe and family 100 years from now. Are you going to allow the relationship that you have currently with your mama and daddy to impede your generation still having them and knowing of them? So you got to be thinking about not emotionally for today, but think about the future. I don't always get along with my family either, but they are vital and important. I want my children to know exactly who they are because that is my family and my blood. Blood should be thicker than water, but we've gotten to the point where we think things just like that you know, we're in this world, it's our own, we don't have a debt to our family. That's fine. But if you lived in a tribe, again, if you remove this brick and mortar and you said that to your tribe, you don't get to eat. Imagine telling your family, I ain't here for y'all. I don't have to do this for y'all. If they excommunicated you because you're saying you don't need them, imagine now you have to hunt, cook, provide fish, build shelter, all that on your own. That's, you know, these are first world problems that we're talking about. Well, what about your relationship with your mom and daddy? Yeah, can they still hunt? Do they still have utility to go hunt and put food on that table? Right? Can your mother not still feed you from her body? Can your mother still not provide for you? Even if y'all don't have the best relationship? You didn't run away in a tribal world. You worked with your tribe because you needed your tribe. Imagine wolves in a pack saying, I don't like my brother, so I'm not going hunting with the pack. I'm going on my own. Well, your likelihood of now catching food is going to decrease because now you got to bring down a big, strong animal on your own. You know, them wolves don't care what they was arguing about yesterday. They're a family and they all they got. We can argue later, but let's all get together and hunt. It's time to be quiet. And it's time to sneak up on this animal so we can survive another day. But if we keep bickering and being loud, every animal that we after just going to run away. So you still have to be strategic and hunt and settle your emotions. Put that stuff to the side because your survival depends on it. Many of us are not going to make it into the future simply because of that type of stuff right there. We mad at mama and daddy, so we don't teach our children about mama and daddy. So now we're not giving them the value of grandparents. So those children grow up now mad at mama and daddy because you feel like mama and daddy wasn't there for you. When you still should have raised your children and said, these are my guys. These are who created me. And I'll always respect because I'm going to be a good son or daughter, regardless if they were a good father or mother. And if you can do that, won't you then deserve children who honor you the same way? But don't recreate the generational curse because your parents did. That's not an excuse for us to do that. No, you're not talking about being mad, but you're talking about the nature of the relationship, right? You said many parents' relationships are not the same. I'm saying to you that's irrelevant. Whether or not your father's relationship with you is that of a person who sits around all day and gives you enlightenment like I do with my children, or whether your father is someone who drives a truck and he rarely home, he still deserves respect and love because he's doing what he has to do to provide for the family. And a lot of times the fathers have to make that sacrifice. They are utility. So if somebody's not there and in your face nurturing you every day because they have to be at work, who should be the one doing that? If you look at nature, why does he have this stronger body? Well, maybe we can't answer the question to why, but maybe we can look at the body and say, okay, what is it better for? Okay, utility. So if somebody's going to leave and be gone for hours or weeks to provide for the family, it probably should be the man, because, how is he going to, if it should be the woman, when she has the child, then she got to take the baby with her, because if she's going to be gone for days, the baby will need to eat, right? So you got to understand why these things are made the way they are. The man going to go out because the baby can stay with the mother. She can sit, rest, live off the land while he is going to hunt for food. And every day he didn't catch food. You're not successful every day. That's why I say we don't really understand the concept of fighting to survive, because every time you go out to hunt don't mean you're going to, catch something. Every time you go out to fish don't mean you're going to, catch some fish. So you had to make sure that you woke up every single day and hunted, because you didn't have a refrigerator and you're going to have to eat. So life tells you can never stop, right? Life is teaching you can never stop. You can never quit, because you still have to eat. Hunger's still going to come. And if you don't eat, you'll die, so you have to fight to survive. And so that meant men and women alike had to go out there with their spears, their bows, their traps to try and catch food. Now we have a market we go to. So now we don't value each other anymore. So why would I value you and need to work with you and cooperate with you because I need you to help me hunt, when I could just go to the supermarket? Now it's like, F you, right? CeeLo Green voice. I don't need you. I got a supermarket. And that's how they're tricking us out of our birthright. Let's continue.
Go ahead. Is that V? Or was that you?
Yes, I was just saying that it does. It does make sense. I would like to know if.
Well, when I say us sticking together and tribing up, I mean just having a relationship, period. Emothula, I believe, Abdul. So I'm not suggesting at all that polygamy is for everyone or anyone, really. But with discussing polygamy as an alternative relationship and why it may work for some, maybe it doesn't work for others. So I would never say to you guys, you should be polygamous. No, I'm saying you should understand that you do need a partner, and you should work with that person, cooperate with that person, and focus on a brighter future and your inheritance with that person, and not abandon relationships so quickly if we're saying we are monogamous, and the difference in between them. So you guys may want to type that you don't believe in poly. That's fine. You don't have to believe in poly, but you're here to learn about it. If you are here to learn about it, just enjoy the content. But again, I'm not saying monogamy is bad. And now I will say this, guys, if you're going to say polygamy is bad, I would ask you, based on what? Is it just your emotions or just your viewpoint of what you think polygamy looks like? Because I'm sure you guys believe in monogamy, but divorce is at an all-time high. People are not really wanting marriage anymore, and women are saying, frankly, they don't need a man. So maybe you don't believe in monogamy either, or relationships either at all. So, to me, I find it, ridiculous to just say I don't believe in polygamy, because I'm not. That's not the point of the conversation, family. So I get it makes a lot of you uncomfortable, but just know that's not the point of the conversation. I'm not trying to encourage you guys to be polygamous. All right, let's continue.
Lacey is about to have her first child with you. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
If she has 3 kids and later on down the line you realize, okay, things are changing, I don't feel the same, would you consider adding another lady to your tribe?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Our union is closed. And listen, I'll tell you, it's crazy because we're poly. When we go out together, people walk up to us right in front of my wives and ask to be a third. They send them messages asking to be a third. They think it's an open relationship because it's a unique relationship to them, right? But we have a very close relationship. If I'm dealing with another woman outside of them, I would be cheating, and that would be wrong. And I encourage men on this too. That's why I say it's not about sex. If you thinking that getting two women is gonna make you disciplined, you're wrong if you like sleeping around. So you're gonna end up hurting more than one woman now, because loyalty is not gonna come just because you add women. You got to truly be disciplined, you know. So I'm very disciplined with the women that I'm with, and I won't leave them or anything. You know, I always tease Lacey about it. She say, I'm getting a little bit of stretch marks. They ain't gonna matter. It won't matter if you get a pooch. I'll just love you more, because if you give me a child, you instantly become the most beautiful woman in the world. Yes.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Denise.
So why is it a closed union? Like what makes them, you know, that they're the ones, like you don't want anyone else?
Well, just at the time I set my union, that was what I told them. I want you guys, and where we are joined together, there'll be one. It'll be harmony. So I don't have any plans on adding any woman to my tribe at all, because I've committed to my wives as the way it were. So could I manage a relationship with more than two women? I'm sure I could, but if my commitment to my wives is that they are my wives and nobody else will be added, that's what I'm going to live by. Just like any other relationship, you know, when you choose those people, you got to make that choice, because you're saying this is who I'm going to be with. I did the same thing. These two are going to be who I'm with, and that's it. My mind will be solely focused on building and giving them the world. If anything else, I'd be distracted, because that's not my goal.
Do you have a favorite of your wives?
I absolutely do. Both of them are my favorites.
You guys have to excuse me. Somebody said something about, like, you know, I'm like choosing like comments that are like negative, and I just want to just say that I'm kind of new to this platform, how to like click things. So please don't take it personally, like I'm like doing something against you. Like I'm just clicking like the comments to let people see what the comments are and everything. So just don't think I'm being divisive. I'm just sharing.
No,
there's good comments, there's bad comments, you know?
I'm used to it all.
Right. My question is, T. Thomas asked, does he pay all the bills, or does the woman work as well and everyone pays all the bills?
Okay, so absolutely I pay all the bills. Lacey was working whenever I met her. So I told Lacey that the moment that we're together, we're married, she can quit that job. I will teach her how to make money using the skills that she had. I did that. She makes more now than ever. And Jamie.
Also, guys, I don't think I'm very specific here, because people have started a rumor saying that Jamie is a waitress, or was a waitress at any point in our poly relationship, where Jamie was told that she could quit her job as well as soon as we started our union. So both of them quit their jobs. They trusted me to provide for them. I really appreciate them for that. They supported me while I did that. And it took us maybe 3 to 6 months before they were generating revenue, doing their own businesses. So none of us actually go to work for anybody. We all make our money through using our own skills and our own abilities, family. So thankfully, we're all free, and we've purchased our freedom. All right. And we use all of our resources and things like that to build this family. Of course, I take care of the bills, where the whole tribe is building towards the future. Right. So that being said, I'll continue.
Was the same way. So I've created businesses for them, just like my thoughts are, a man should first be able to purchase his own freedom before he's married. And that means use your skills and your talents to make your money. Okay. Don't have a job. Don't have a job, create your own life and your freedom. Right. So when I was able to do that, I made enough to be able to carry my 2 women as well and my children. So I said, I'm going to teach you how to do the same thing. So why not I hunt, and then they can create businesses of their own, which would be equivalent to the gathering, right? So what we do with the gathering is we stack that bread and we use that. We stay in a humongous mansion right now. We live in very great. We've had 3 houses since we've started our union, and our goal is to actually buy a whole community. So we have very big dreams.
Do you have a question, Shanice, or because you just put your suggestion in.
Guys, and what I mean by two gatherings is like, if I'll hunt, and you call my resources the hunter, right, or the meat, but their resources we'll call the gardens, right? So in every tribe, you want to have a garden outside, because you won't always be able to be successful in your hunt, right? So you want that garden outside as well. You want to nurture that garden, cultivate that, so you always have food outside. Now I want you guys to imagine this. Imagine you have a relationship where both of you work. So one of you decides to be the hunter, meaning you will take care of the shelter, the roof, and the bills. And a lot of times, if you have a woman that that you're with, she may say, well, my money is my money. Or if she has to contribute to the bills, or if the man goes down and loses his income, maybe he gets sick, she'll complain about having to now take care of things, which is it's broken, because there's a misunderstanding here. If I am hunting and money is not involved, because money is the root of evil, but if money is not involved, and we say, if I'm hunting for the meat, right? I'm going to go out and hunt all I can. But let's say I get injured. I get injured by a wild boar. It's going to take me 3 weeks to heal. Okay. When I tell my wives, okay, we're going to have to be vegan for the next 3 weeks, and I need you guys to, make sure you're providing from the garden. When they say, I don't want to have to give you my vegetables, well, then they just rot. Nobody eats them. What's the point? Why would you not want to give him food from the garden that you've been working so hard to cultivate? He's down. He needs to eat. And the better the food is, the healthier he'll become. And hopefully he can get back out here. But what if he's totally injured? What if he's paralyzed through some wild boar going out and hunting for the family? Well, then hopefully those gardens are big enough that they can survive on them, and the woman may be able to go out and hunt. Maybe his sons are old enough now to go out and hunt and provide. Every family tribal member is needed. Does this make sense, family? Waiting for your comments. Does this make sense? Yes, you're right, Trey Johnson. The love of money is the root of all evil. You're absolutely correct. So if you transfer that to today, and you think that money is actually real, instead of the representation of food and shelter, you will say, this is my money. And you forget that this is our garden. That's your husband. That's your husband. That'd be ridiculous for a man to be like, damn, my wife cost so much, she wanted that house. That's y'all house. That's your wife. Doesn't make any sense. Yes, Natasha, we all live in the same home. So if we live in the same home and we have gardens outside and we go hunting, I got a big lake in the backyard where we fish, it all supposed to be y'all's. It's all y'all's. It'd be crazy to think that, to be married thinking like that, man. And you got to think the family that understands the concept that it's all ours. If you guys are in a race competing with them, they're going to kick your butt, because y'all over here arguing and bickering about something as stupid as money. Y'all over here arguing about paper. When this family over here is saying, yo, we're a tribe. We don't care nothing about the paper, the amount. The more we make, the more abundantly we live. We don't care about no paper. We care about ancestry. We care about seeing our children live a better life. And that takes both of us. That takes it all. There wouldn't be a weighing of well, dang, 2 months out of the year, he needed me to help him with rent because he was struggling. And you're mad? He got sick, and then I needed to have to help him. And wait, you upset about that? But he took care of you. That would break a man's heart, to know this person who he was taking care of, who he would fucking die for. Soon as he down, she go, well, I don't want to help you. I don't want to have to do that. Man, that would break his heart. And he don't expect that. So if a man get married to you, understand that he do not think you're going to be like that. He do not think you're going to sit here and wait until he's not healthy. Wait until he go through a down moment and just abandon him or act like that. No, nobody, just like you wouldn't expect that. Ladies, okay, you marry some man, right? All of a sudden you go through something. Maybe you get into a car accident. You can't work out like you used to. You gain weight. Maybe you give him his babies. You gain weight. Something changes where your beauty declines. You get sick. What you want this man to do? Show up even more for you, have your back, help you walk if need be, feed you if need be? Or you want him to leave you? Like, what do you want him to do? And you married this man. You think he should be complaining about having to help you or do more because is something wrong with you? He should be complaining? I'm sure that would break your heart to have a man turn on you just because you gained weight or got older. Like, that is crazy. Man, that's crazy. And don't get me wrong, I've seen it. I've seen relationships as they grow older. The man leaves in her older age to go gets a young woman. That is ridiculous. Because as she gets older, you're supposed to value the things that you've learned about her, while the beauty is what kept you attentive. So yeah, the beauty might have brought you to her, but 10 years down the road, you don't have the experiences of her now to love her unconditionally, regardless of her beauty declining over time. What about all the time she's had your back in these 10 years and showed you how much she loved you? That don't count for something? What about if she gave you children? What about her learning everything about you and being in your life? She's not a good support system for you. She ain't somebody who you can call on when you're sick. She don't go out and get your medicine for you. Like, she don't rub your head whenever you're down. She don't lift you back up whenever you're depressed, or she don't speak life into you. You're going to go solely off this woman's looks and then try to change it out? Yo, that's crazy as hell. In polygamy, family, a man is not looking to replace his wife. He's looking to build his family. So if a man marries a younger woman when he has a wife who is older in age, it is not because she is younger. It's because youth is needed when you're bearing children, family. You don't want a woman in your life that you have to tell her that, hey, take this burden on to bear children in your older age because I don't want to offend my wife, my first wife, because you're younger than her. No, your first wife would encourage you, go get a young wife. Someone who can help her also, who can come in and be a helpmeet. Now they can get out there and garden together, and she's not out there on her own. They can take care of the chores and mother the children together. And now she's not doing it on her own. You get help. You also get help when you have children, ladies. You get to teach your children to do the chores, right? But the man doesn't get children because he doesn't get to teach his children how to do work and take some of the burden off of him, while the woman gets to teach the children how to do the chores in the home to take the burden off of them. So it's like we're missing the concept of true tribe. Not only should your children learn the concept of home duties and help take the burden off of the mother because she's getting older, that means she's getting promoted. So once I raise you up to a certain age, she shouldn't have to do dishes as much as she used to. And when she raises her daughter to full age, she shouldn't even have to cook as much as she used to, because that daughter should be in there cooking. You should have raised her to do that. She's part of the tribe. It makes no sense that she's just sitting there saying, cook for me, mama. I don't know how to cook. And she's grown. In my book, I call it the baby bird complex. We act like baby birds, and this is why we die so young. We raise our children like baby birds. We don't teach them to hunt. We go get the food for them and bring it back for them to eat it all the way to their adult age. They could have flew a long time ago, but they just sitting there in the damn in the nest with their beak open like this. Mama and daddy, can you get me some food? I'm talking about they 25, 20 living with you still, and they still don't know how to cook for themselves. Yo, you got to think, us being so focused on work and TV shows, whatever we're doing, we forsook our children because we didn't teach them how to cook, the basic necessities of life. And if you didn't teach them this, you didn't make them a good husband or wife, because they're going to go into that next relationship ill-prepared to be the best mothers to their children through nurturing, which is sad. You know, so yeah, man, we gotta do a lot better with what we're doing about raising our children and preparing them for long-lasting relationships, regardless of the dynamic of the relationship, right? But said, ladies, this education from Kevin, trust me, it limits cheating. Absolutely. If a man is honest with you up front, you're not being cheated on. If you can, understand the concept of marriage, you probably won't be so even focused on the sexual part of it, because relationships are more about survival. They're more about working together and being a mother and father to your children, not just sex. So we are a very promiscuous culture, and that's really all we think about. If you think about, you're supposed to look for a spouse in a man who embodies the physicality and the nature of what you want your child to be. Think about how weird it would be to judge him on his penis size, right? You so focused on the member that you don't care about the powerful genes that come through him, right? So you would say your promiscuity or your pervertedness would keep you from having an ideal man if his penis is small, right? And you would say to a man, if you meet a woman who would be a perfect mother to your child, be a perfect wife to you, and you say, well, her butt ain't big enough, you would say, well, dude, you're a little bit promiscuous. You're a little bit too in lust. That's a little bit superficial, because that could be an amazing mother to your children and you don't want to be with her because her butt ain't big enough, well, big asses don't raise children, and neither do big things, right? So to be so superficial that you judging somebody on their body part before you consider them for marriage, our cultures didn't think of that either. So we are a very perverted culture, family. Very perverted. Very perverted, family. So let's continue, family.
Yeah. So is there any like animosity between the two at any time, or
No, not
for
at
the
all.
most part, do they get along?
Absolutely, they get along. They've never had an argument amongst each other one time. They completely respect each other. They completely get along. Lacey loves being a mother to my 3 children. They love her. She's a conversationalist. She gives great advice. She's very intelligent when it comes to just flowing conversations. So they love to go to her and talk to her and get, guidance and stuff like that and insight. So my children are very grateful. They're like, I'm so thankful you brought her into the home, and they love their mother for totally different reasons, so it's like they got something in each one, so it's a beautiful thing.
Divine Lily?
Divine Lee.
Divine Lee, the artist.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Peace and blessings to everybody. What's going on, Kevin? How you doing, ladies?
I'm amazing. Peace to you.
And I just was tapping in. I've been following your platform for a while now. I've been seeing you, of course, with the women and people having questions, man. First and foremost, I just want to say, hey, all praises, all honor, all glory to the Most High. I'm thankful that I'm able to see an example of what a man looks like when he's able to operate with women effectively. And so,
Yes,
for the most part, I salute you for that. My thing is, when it comes into my manhood, I'm searching for my direction on how to implement my style, my truth, or in essence, really just want to grow in this world with having multiple women. And to hear this conversation right now is definitely insightful. And to have this conversation with women also on standby even gives it that more validation of saying, hey, is this acceptable? I'm a young brother over here. I'm still gathering information on how to operate effectively out here, and to see you, using your platform to promote and to do what you do and to say, hey, this is a lifestyle that is acceptable, it's something amazing. So I'm just here tapping it in, and I'm pretty sure you see my questions at the bottom of the chat, man, and say they open up the link, and I just wanted to let you know, man, it's a genuine conversation. It's a genuine love I got for you, brother, because I see what you're doing. I hear you. And I'm thankful for the example that you're setting for the man going forward in the generation right now.
Well, first of all, King, I feel very, very honored, man. It's good to see a young man sitting here saying, I know what I want for my life. I know I want, even if it's multiple women that you want, to know that you know exactly what you want to do. And I can definitely help you be able to put that together a little better by trying to figure out what type of women that you want in your life and what you want your union to look like. Because I always say relationships are about the people in them. Once you determine what you want your relationship to look like, as you're dating these women and vetting them, you want to tell them up front exactly what you're wanting, right? And you got to keep saying that. And you may have women who say, you sound crazy. I would never. I could never. That's absolutely fine. Don't settle. You keep asking. You keep saying exactly what it is that you're looking for. And soon you're manifesting. People always come to me and say, man, Kevin, you manipulated your wives. That's funny because dang near every interview, there's women asking to be my third. I can't wake up and go to my inbox without women asking to be my third. In fact, there are poly pages on Facebook, Instagram, all alike of women looking for a husband. So they don't have to be manipulated. Some women actually think these relationships will work better for them too. So I always say to women, don't judge, because all of you guys are not the same either. So just like there's some men who want 2 women, there's some women who say, I would love to have a sister wife, But I would say to you, depending on what you want your union to look like, my wives, I don't need their income. However, the tribe does. So I can go do the hunting for all of us to survive. I can pay for the home and all, but for the goals that we have in line, it takes all of our earnings to make that happen, right? So when you're looking for your union, you want to ask yourself, do you want a hunter and a wife? Of course, you're going to be a hunter and provider. but your wife can be one too. So like for me, Lacey is very adept with her words. She's very intelligent and she loves to be a speaker. She loves to counsel people. I saw that in her day one. And I said, man, I'll help you cultivate that into your own business, right? So now she's a motivational speaker, a life coach. I'm a celebrity life coach. I deal with many celebrities. Of course, I don't show that because I can't, it's NDAs, but I work with so many people behind the scenes and stuff. So I teach Lacey to do the same thing. So you would say Lacey is more like.
There's one I want to speak to right here. Someone says polygamy is lust and greed. I want to say, don't be so quick to infer that way. It's a big jump. So let's just take monogamy, okay? Can it also be lust and greed? Can't someone get with someone in a monogamous relationship just because of what they can provide or only to use them? And can't someone get into a monogamous relationship just because they're sexually attractive and they just want to use them up with no intention of marriage? So monogamy can be lust and greed. I do get what you're saying, though. You're saying that it must mean because he lusts because it's multiple women. It must mean it's greed because he wants more than one woman. Same reasons, right? Well, I would say the opposite. A man choosing to lust would probably look like him being single. Okay, that means he could sleep with as many women as he wants to. And a man seeking greed would also probably look like him being single, because that means he can keep all of his money now, because now he gets to sleep with as many women as he wants to. And he does not have to commit to taking care of those women that he's sleeping with. So this means that he gets to have his cake and eat it too. Whereas when you are polygamous, you don't get to have your cake and eat it too. You get to have your cake, but you got to damn pay for it. You got to cover the women that you're taking care of and the children that come from those women that you're taking care of. So I wouldn't call it greedy, because typically you'll have less money. And I wouldn't call it lust, because you're not doing it for sexual reasons. Because if you were doing it for sexual reasons, you wouldn't commit. You really wouldn't. You would have as many women as possible. So I wish you guys will understand that the man that's looking to stay single is the problem with the community, because he's going around and sleeping with women without sex, and he is what is making the world full of children without fathers. And the women who are going around sleeping around with no relationship are the problem, believe it or not, because you guys are going around creating single mothers just like that man is. So it's like you're creating single fathers and he's creating single mothers because you guys are not committing. Does this make any sense to you? So if you're going to not be selfish, it means get into a relationship where you have to sacrifice. You actually now have to get along with this person and care about how they feel too, not just how they feel inside of you. You see, like, you got to have real empathy and emotions for the person's spiritual needs and emotional needs, not just know how to, have sex. You see what I'm saying? So I'm trying to get you guys to elevate your minds and stop thinking so low vibrational. Do you understand, family? A relationship looks like the understanding of how someone feels, understanding that everything don't go your way because there's another person with a different mind, different perspective, different needs, potentially wants. You have to account for this other person you bring into your life. You can't even bring a pet in your life without knowing that it's going to take some sacrifice. Now you can't just shoot off on vacation, leave that damn dog or cat over there in the corner, right? You're going to have to get a house sitter or take him with you, and them flights ain't cheap, right? So even if you bring a pet in your life, which is not a sentient being, human being, that can think and all this stuff and ask you for more text messages and kisses, you still know that it's going to require something from you. So how much more would you have to respect a relationship with a human being, one who deserves love and understanding from their partner? You're going to get with them if all you want is sex? You cheating then. Then you're cheating. And if you're a man, you're going to get with a woman and all you think she needs is sex, and you think, okay, I ain't taking care of, I ain't doing nothing, then you cheating. But that's what the world is built on nowadays, cheating. Women feel like they have a superpower because they can use their vagina however they see fit. Just the world we live in. It's like the understanding is lost that this is supposed to negotiate you a husband and get you a wife. I mean, get you a husband and children and grandchildren, not a Birkin bag or a date or a trip to Bali. I know that sounds facetious, but men, your utility was supposed to earn you a wife and the ability to have children with her, not to pay for coochie. I'm just got to say it both ways so you know I'm not being biased. But you're supposed to go create a masculine version of yourself so you can go marry and have a child to be a masculine example for, because life is about tribe and family. But if you think life is about yourself and pleasure, then you're going to enjoy the single life and probably still make kids along the way that you're not actually going to be able to co-parent with. And now you mad because this woman tripping, don't want you to see your kid. You got all this bullshit going on because there's no relationship. You didn't even know who she was. Didn't even introduce her to your family before you slept with her. Didn't even introduce him to your family before you slept with her. We move off a whim. We are a very lax society when it comes to culture. We lack culture. So me on here talking this rhetoric right here, many people would say, man, you sound religious, even though you're not religious. You don't want us to get out here and sleep around and have fun with our bodies. Well, I kind of have to go out here and live in a community that is exactly the way it is because y'all go out here and just have fun with y'all bodies. So when you say it's just my life, it doesn't affect anybody. Well, but it does. Us living like this without being accountable to real relationships is the reason there's so many children out here without a mother and father in the home. So we're mad at the world we live in, but we don't want to be accountable to the shit we doing. And I feel like that is some of the most atrocious stuff ever, especially for a people who claims to believe in God. There's a scripture that says, when they turn from their ways, then I will heal their land. To me, I try and teach that to people, whether you believe in a God or not. When you turn from your ways, only then will your life be changed, will your body be healed. It's only when you stop putting poison in your body that it will be healed. But I have watched churchgoers go to church, pray for Jesus to heal them, and then go to Golden Corral and eat mashed potatoes and gravy and pork. And ain't nobody can heal you if you killing yourself. So if you turn from your ways, you will find that your land is healed, right? So if you are lazy and your land won't grow, God, make it rain because we want food, but you didn't plant a seed. So even if I make it rain, if you didn't harvest your ground and plant the seed, you'll get nothing. Well, the ex murderer next to me, he got a garden. Well, he kind of goes out there and tends to his garden and plants a seed. So when it rains, he gets a harvest. But you ain't going to curse him? Well, I rain on the just and the unjust. So that means if you understand the world and you're willing to be about that action, you will get results regardless, right? So it'd be unfortunate to want to harvest, but not go out there and tend to the ground. So if you turn from your ways and stop being lazy and get out there and chop that dirt up and plant those seeds when it's hot, when you're sweating, when the rain is not outside, when the rain comes, it'll have something to nourish, right? Hopefully you guys understand that. But if you notice, the literature in the Bible often speaks from a growing point of view, or a hunting point of view, because that's what the people who wrote it were doing at the time. I said people who wrote it. I know y'all want to say a God put it here, but the people were understanding life through the things they were doing. So if you cropping and you fishing, you're going to have a whole lot of brilliant parables and analogies based on cropping and fishing. And that's what your Bible is consumed with. Notice it don't talk about cars in the Bible. Well, the cars weren't out then. Yeah, I know, but don't they prophesy? I mean, don't they see through the future? Don't God know everything? So notice when even God gave an example, he used what the people understood at that time, not helicopters and reindeer, right? So like Jesus would even say to the people, if a fisherman casts his net on the right side of the boat and doesn't get healthy fish, those fish will get cut or threw back. But if he throws the fish on the right side of the boat and gets healthy fish, those fish will go home with the fisherman. Jesus will give parables about the wheat and the tare and the casting of seed to bear a harvest, saying, do not cast your seed to stony ground, thorny ground, or stony ground, thorny ground, or one of you guys probably know it. Put it in the comments. I'm having a brain fart here. But basically, don't cast your seed just anywhere. So by the wayside, if you just throw your seed on stony ground, the seed won't be able to take root, right? So that it wouldn't be wise for you to throw your seed on stony ground. And a lot of men going around sleeping with stony ground, women with a hard heart, who are not going to be cooperative. They are going to be contentious. And you're having children with these women. And now you're realizing that it cannot take root. Right? Or you're sleeping with women or men also of rooty ground, which means it chokes out the life of the plant, right? While it's growing, the roots would choke out the life. So what you should be looking for is good ground, right? Good ground that is ready and already is packed with nutrients, right? So you look for a good woman who already has a soft feminine nature, one that full of empathy, that you would say, man, I want that to be my mama in my future life, in my next life. When I reincarnate, I want that to be my mama. Now, if you thought like that, would you just go around sleeping with any woman? How many women have you met in today's age that you said, based on her, the way she carried herself, I would love to have a mother like her? Now, women, same thing. When you meet the man of your life, you're supposed to be able to say, for my future self, I want that to be my father. Now, how often have you met a man where you said, I would want him to be my father in my future life? If you understood these concepts, you would know you're giving a man the highest honor possible when you allow him to enter your body, because you're giving him a chance to be the father to your future self. Wow. And men, you're giving a woman the highest honor when you sleep with her, because you're giving her the opportunity to be the mother to your child, man, to your future self. So if she is a woman and you detest her true lifestyle, don't sleep with her, because you're saying, I agree with the universe that this can be the mother of my child. I don't care if you put a condom on. The only thing the universe understands is action. If you sleep with that person and you say, I don't want a child, you're lying to the universe, because the universe don't care about words. It cares about action. Your body is the tongue that speaks to God. So if you're going to sleep with her or sleep with him, you are saying to God, I am inviting this man into my body. I am entering this woman's body. And if I have a child, so be it. You're making a request to the universe. When I plant a seed into the dirt, I don't have to say, God, give me a seed, or God, I don't want to harvest. You know, if I plant that seed in the dirt and cover it up, nurture that seed, it's going to grow whether I want a seed or not, whether I want to plant or not. So if you're going to go do the act, but say you don't want what comes from the act, you are in direct blasphemy, in sin with the universe, or who you would call God. Does this make sense? Because you'll find yourself saying, well, I was sleeping with that person, but I didn't want a baby with him. The universe would say, you know, you sound stupid, right? Because if you didn't want a baby with him, you shouldn't be sleeping with him. Because that's how you don't. Now go back before condoms. Go back before contraceptives. Go back before the day after pill. Go back before abortions. If you don't want a baby by a person, what don't you do, family? If you don't want a baby with her, if you don't want a baby with him, what did you have to do before condoms, contraceptives, day after pill, and abortions? What did you do, family? I didn't sleep with him, did I? I didn't sleep with that man because it wasn't no protection. So you already know if this man enter you, it's a wrap. You don't sleep with him. Y'all comments taking too long. I feel like I'm being ignored here. To me on this side, me waiting for y'all comments means it's going to be a long pause. So if y'all are in the chat, let's get active and try and, keep up with a brother. All right. I don't like long pauses, as you can see. I like to try to keep some audio coming. So, and then said, pull out. Now see, look, and again, you learn from nature, right? Because you say, okay, you can try that, but you know that the moment you enter her, those fluids are being exchanged, right? You know, the orgasm is the burst of energy that goes, and yeah, that helps to push it, but there is fluid exchange regardless. So many men thought that, sir or ma'am, that you could just pull out, but they still ended up with a whole life. And is it worth it to put your stuff on the crap table like that? Not just risk your penis because you might have something or he might have something, but to risk your future life. Now you get to choose who your next mother gonna be for your child. You get to choose who your next father gonna be for you in the next life. You get to make the choice on who is your mother and father in the next life. Now, if you're a woman, you're gonna be the mother, right? But you get to choose who's gonna be the father. Why would you go around risking that? Why would you risk that? Now you're sitting here begging a man to be there for his kids when he don't want to be, because you chose him. You allowed him to enter you. And now he said, I don't want that baby, but he was sleeping with you. We don't know each other. We were just having some fun, but yet you were sleeping with me. And men will tell you, man, once you give a woman a baby, it's all in her power. If she wants to bring that baby to life, you can. So a lot of you men should be thinking about, if you're successful, a lot of times she'll bring that baby on regardless. So is it worth it? That's your legacy, right? The money you're earning right now is a legacy for your future child. So how much can you take care of your tribe if you got child support going out all these directions, right? Anyway, I'll continue.
A hunter as well, right? Where Jamie is more like a sage or a shaman. She has great nurturing ability. She can see things and break them down, right? She has good advice for things I should look out for and keeping my head over a swivel, like on a swivel. So you find that. So that sage person is kind of like the person who, they may not be a hunter, but they are an innovator. So like, say if you're watching someone fish, right? Once you get finished watching them fish, you may have didn't fish with them, but you saw something wrong with the fishing equipment. So maybe you taught them how to make a net, and now the whole tribe benefits from the thing that you saw, right? So I have that amazingly in Jamie, and when she comes to me with any type of advice or something that she sees, I'm all ears. And when Lacey comes to me with a business idea, something she wants to do to help support me in my business endeavors, I'm all ears. You know, so I have a book called Polytribe 101, where I talk about each style of woman, particularly like, say, a elder, a tribal leader, a chief, not necessarily a woman, but just the individual things that's needed in a tribe, right? So you're gonna need a hunter you're gonna need a hunter, so you're gonna need a skinner, right? So once the food is hunted, you need someone to skin that food and be able to cook it if possible. If the skinner is not the cook, then now you're gonna still need a cook, right? And we see these things done in the world today. They go in our tribes, see how we do things as a family, and then they go create that as a community. So you have a butcher, right? Then you got a market. Then you got all these different things where we did all this stuff at home, man. You brought that whole deer home or whatever you hunted home, and that wife was actually good enough to skin it and cook it for you so you could have.
Now, guys, I want you to go back in time a bit, right? I want to talk to y'all for a minute. Go back in time, just maybe a couple years ago. Y'all remember COVID? Remember when it didn't matter how much money you had, all you could take away was a couple of cans of food, maybe one bag of toilet paper, because they had to ration it out to everybody. And regardless of how much money you had, you couldn't put any more in that buggy than that limit they was putting on there, right? Y'all remember that? And if you got a large family, it just didn't matter. Remember you having to go outside and send somebody else back in there just to get more food, because you realize that because they control the supermarkets, if they don't open those doors, we would be doomed, because we don't have gardens, okay? And we don't hunt. We don't even know how many of us, right? So we actually believe in this fake world. We think that because we can earn money, we'll always be taken care of. So many women are saying, I want a man who makes 6 figures. I get it, because you think this matrix is all it is to it, but any moment, this matrix can control you based on those same things that you value in right now. So my tribe actually merged together during COVID. And we understood the concept of coming together and why that was important, right? So if the world never repaired itself, we were comfortable to say we're going to hunt and fish, live below our means, so we can survive together as a family and tribe. And we were already considering moving to even another country where it was cheaper to live and doing the same thing, you know. So we trust in this matrix so much, man. But truthfully, all we have is each other. And I know the matrix tells us that this stuff will always be there. You know, just make $1 and go to the store and buy some food, and that's how you hunt food. But every animal on this planet will teach you that's not how you occupy food. The squirrel will tell you just got to climb the tree, right? The lion will tell you got to be quiet, stealth, stay strong, and hunt it down. But none of them will tell you go to work, earn a piece of paper, then go to a market, trade that piece of paper for food, right? Now, here's another one. Pepperjet X is saying, don't listen to him. Listen to God. Now he's saying he's deceiving many folks. Be careful. Christ warned us about people like this in the book of Matthew. Did he tell you about people like that telling you that if the Bible works for you, keep it? Because I'm not trying to mislead folk. I'm trying to teach you more about life. Maybe your Bible even backs it. So it's one of those things where it's you eat the meat and spit out the bones. To listen to me at all don't mean you have to take away from it that you shouldn't be a Christian or whatever. But this is what I mean by trying to govern how somebody thinks. They can come on here and say, if you're a Christian, don't listen to him. But I'm not going to these Christians and saying, hey guys, these people are Christians, they deceive us, get away from them. You know, I don't have a problem with anything that any one of you guys believe. So eat the meat and spit out the bones, family. Maybe none of you agree with everything that I say, but if you can make something applicable or take something from something I said, we can all walk away better from it, okay? So again, I don't want to control your minds and make you leave your religion. I don't believe I have the power to, honestly. So let's continue.
Have the energy to go back out and hunt. And so that's why that's essential in a tribe. So you wouldn't marry a woman who says, I don't like to cook, I don't like to clean, because that means she doesn't want to contribute to the tribe, and each tribal member is needed, right?
But hold on now. I don't like to cook and I don't like to clean, but I'm very intelligent and I can offer something else to the tribe. So I don't think that's fair to say, okay, if a woman doesn't like to do X, Y, and Z. There's different women in the tribe that's good at cooking, good at like cleaning. So therefore, like, but I get it, you only have 2. But there's other people that are polygamous that have like 300. You say King Solomon had 300, right? So
well, yeah, you're right. In a polygamous union, the wife who doesn't, if she doesn't, I guess I should rephrase that, because I don't mean not like to cook. I mean unwilling to cook, right? So some people, it may not be a first love to them, but if they have children, you know you'll have to cook for them, so you will cook, right? But you have some people who have children, you have men who have children and still refuse to provide or even cook if they have to. Cooking is something that is essential to everyone. We all have to eat, so we should learn to cook. We all make a mess, so we should learn to clean. So the man should know how to cook and clean. The woman should know how to cook and clean. And when you come together, both of you know how, because if one of you gets sick, the other one can take it over. I always say to women who don't love to cook to consider the idea that if you can master the kitchen, you are the nurse, the doctor, the practitioner of your house, because what you cook is who you are, right? So if you're giving your man healthier food and your children healthier food, they'll be more intellectual, they'll be healthier, and they'll live longer. But they don't teach that. They only teach it from a maid or maiden, so to speak, like your place belongs in the kitchen. I think that's very unfair, because that strips the woman of her power. Yes, she should be in the kitchen, but that's because she's so powerful. Women's eyes see color better, which means they can access healthier food better. All this translates to why she belongs in the kitchen. You know, it's not because she's weak, it's because she's strong. I would definitely love for a doctor to be in my home. You never get sick, man. You be healthy all the time. They understood the herbs, they understood all of that. So just as my man right here, saying he wanted a poly tribe, wouldn't it be amazing if you had a wife who was an herbalist, who knew how to look at your body, assess it, and tell you what teas to drink to keep you in optimal health, keep your mind strong? That'd be amazing, right? And I'm talking about you have that also for your children. Man.
So
have to go to these doctors.
Right.
I just asked a very fair question. Right now, we're only hearing the good about poly. What is the bad?
So before that question, I want to answer one question here, and that is by Louise. There's no way he loves one of them more. There's no way he loves one of them more. He might love them both, but he prefers one woman over the other. Said what I said. That shrugs. So I would say, imagine saying that about a person who had 2 children, right? Oh, he loves one more than another. Ain't no way. He probably love them both, but trust me, he loves one more than the other. Now you got 2 children, and that's what you just said. You'd be like, what? I love them both differently, but the same. But I love them both equal, right? Why would I love one more than the other? Imagine a child with 2 parents, and you say you love one of them more than the other. You got 2 parents, you got to love one more than the other, right? The heart does not work like that. The heart doesn't work that way, family. It doesn't quantify, it doesn't measure. How could you search your heart and say, I love this person more than that person? Love is infinite. I don't understand that. Like, there's different versions of love. There's a romantic love. They call it phileo love, which is the love between a brother, like me and my brother. That's a phileo love. Philadelphia means the city of brotherly love, right? From the Greek word phileo, right? Which means the love of a brother. Then you have agape love, right? So you got all these different forms of love that what they try to explain back in the day. Now we just call it love, right? And for some reason, we're thinking that, you got to love somebody more than the other and things like that, But brother Kevin, some parents do favor one child over the other. Help me understand. And that would be wrong, wouldn't it? And some men probably do value a wife or favor a wife over another. But in cultures, it was said, do not do that. Treat them the same. So just like you have to tell your children, hey, tell the parents, treat them the same. You might have a child who's not as intelligent or don't make the book smarts while you celebrate the one who does. And that could appear to be like favor, right? So it says you find a way to treat your children the same, which see the attributes into the other. So if you're telling one brother, you should be like your other brother. If you're telling one sister, why don't you be more like your big sister, little sister? That would be wrong, right? Because you're supposed to love them for who they are, which means you do love them differently. One of them may be very funny. One of them may be very artistic, and they may bring out different things in you as well. So you will love your children differently, but it would be absolutely wrong to favor them over another because that breaks their heart, right? And so because it's done, doesn't mean that that's what it is, right? So, yeah, that's what I would say. So you're right. And when they do that, it's wrong. And so if I were a man and I did have a favorite, I would say that would be wrong. If you have a favorite, then you have to go back to the drawing board and reassess that wife who you're not favoring, because that's a problem, and learn to see the beauty in both or all the members in your tribe, or all the spouses in your tribe, right? So yeah, you should not treat them differently, family. Now, again, you don't treat them the same because they have different things they enjoy doing. Like some people say, Kevin don't get on camera as much with Jamie. That's because Jamie does not like the camera, family. She is not a person who loves being in front of the camera. While Lacey is a conversationalist, she loves it. She doesn't mind at all. Well, it makes Jamie very nervous. So I don't try to push Jamie to do something that makes her uncomfortable. So on the outside looking in, you guys will say, look, him and Lacey get up there on camera and they seem to have chemistry. Well, Jamie on camera, she gets a little shy. She closes off a little bit. She's not the same person on a camera. That's just not who she is. It's never been who she was. It's never been who she was, family. So you guys are looking at their personalities and then you're projecting it onto me. And that's just because of your lack of understanding for relationships. But when you guys post your monogamous relationships, all of your husbands are not looking you all in the eyes or carrying you, or all of your wives is not looking happy or whatever, so we don't typically have judgment for a monogamous relationship. And typically if somebody sees a polygamous relationship, they think that they are the canvas. The relationship is the canvas, and they get to become the artist, and they can paint on this relationship what they want to paint, right? Y'all manipulated. He loved one more than the other. Y'all don't look happy. They using him. I'm gonna say some stuff they don't normally say because it's always on me, right? Jamie loved him more than Lacey do. Lacey loved him more than Jamie do, because they don't ever talk about who don't love me the most, who don't treat me the same. If they cared about me, they would say, Kevin, do both of those women treat you good? Because Lacey better not be treating you in no way. So we want to make sure they treating you fairly, Kevin. They always say, Kevin, do you treat them fairly? Well, what about do they treat me fairly? Huh? You ever thought about that? What if do one of them love me more than the other? Should we get together and play rock, paper, scissors and figure out if Jamie loved me more than Lacey, or if Lacey loved me more than Jamie? What if Jamie liked Lacey more than Lacey liked Jamie? What if Lacey liked Jamie more than, the other way around? Let's get together and measure, family. Y'all only had this measuring stick for me. Leave me alone. I love them both. I done said this. Do they both love me? That's the question. I'm just playing. Jamie and Lacey like, you're not going to get them to be judging me and trying to ask me what I do. You get enough on your own. Don't bring the eyes of criticism upon me. All right, let's continue. I ain't got no sense. And we love y'all too, man.
What should others know before entering a poly relationship?
Well, yeah, hang on. How come I couldn't have been manipulated? How come they couldn't have saw a successful man and got together in cahoots and said, if we get this man a poly relationship, we can rob him blind. Y'all ain't never thought about that. Y'all don't be looking out for trying to protect me, but y'all want to look out and protect them. Y'all send them messages and say, he trying to get over on y'all. He using y'all by taking care of them. I'm using them. How's somebody using you by taking care of you? What are you talking about? What if they're using me? Send me a message and tell me they're using me so I can look at them with the skeptical eye. As soon as I read y'all inbox, I'm gonna say, Lacey Jamie, come here. Dun, dun, dun. Y'all sit down for a minute. Oh, y'all using me? What you mean? What you mean? Well, I just got a long message about how y'all manipulated me into a relationship of poly just so y'all could usurp my finances and everything. No, Jamie might have did that, but I didn't. I thought Lacey did it. I certainly didn't. Let me see your phones. Let me see your phone and see if you've been texting each other on this. We ain't giving you our phones, but I'm gonna wrestle you for them. Put you in a wrestling move. All right, let's go.
I'll say this: relationships are about the people in them. Okay, so I can't say that there's anything bad about poly. Just like honestly, I can't say there's anything bad about monogamy. But divorce is at an all-time high. People don't want to be married. Half the time, they don't want to be in a relationship, and they deem men as bad, or men deeming women as not really receptive to a relationship. So you can find a monogamous relationship and find a million things wrong with it based on the people in them. However, I can tell you a million reasons why monogamy is good. You know, and it doesn't mean polygamy is bad, but for the same reason, polygamy is good. You know, so monogamy is good because you get a partner out of the deal. Nobody should have to survive on their own. And with a partner, number one, you increase your chances of survival because with that partner, if you're straight, you get to make more children, and those children get to grow up and help you hunt and gather if you know what you're doing, right? So number one, you survive with that other person, but then number two, now you got four hands instead of two.
Now, guys, I said this, and I don't want to offend anyone, but I notice I said if you're straight. I don't want to offend anyone. I don't have any problem with how you guys do relationships. Your life gonna look like however it looks. But back in the day, they were trying to make rules that supported creation and life and the addition to a tribe. And gay relationships or same-sex relationships did not do that. So they were considered an abomination. If you were to be back in the day in a tribal world and you have a male-on-male relationship, you don't get children out of it. There is no adoption agency. So you two will grow old alone and you will not get into the future. And if a woman and a woman decide to do the same thing, then they had the same imminent future. Okay. So they would say it's an abomination because it leads to death. Now, religious literature takes this and takes it further. You go to hell and burn for an eternity, you know, but culturally, you would say gay relationships are not good for your longevity, right? So it is an abomination. It is something that is born of lust, the short-sighted of how you feel in today, right? It's not thinking about the tribe and the family and the lineage and the children and all this after, right? So we have now switched that into if you're gay, you're an abomination to God and you're going to hell. When I don't think people who are that way should be treated badly. I don't think women who are promiscuous should be treated badly, even though they wouldn't be good for marriage. And that's not to judge them. So I'm able to treat any woman like a woman as long as she carries herself respectfully towards me, my children, and things of that nature. I don't care about your sexual background when it comes to how I treat you as a person. But would I choose you for a wife? No. I think every person deserves respect as a person, though. So I don't care what your background is like. If you like sex for the fun of it and you're a woman and that's how you get down, when I greet you, I'll still say, how you doing, ma'am? Pleasure to meet you. I'm not going to say you are this and that and you are, you know, and if there's a guy who likes to stay single and run through as many women as he wants to, when I meet him, I'll still say, how you doing, sir? Pleasure to meet you, right? Even though I don't agree with their lifestyle, you're still a human and deserve respect, right? But anyway, let's get back to it. Okay, so for Louise, I would say that's cool. If you want to know more about it, consider getting my book Poly Tribe 101. It's on Amazon. Also, the modern family, as we know it, is a broken home, or it's really the modern and traditional family as we know it is the broken home. But you can just type in books by Kevin Wesley, and all four of my books would appear. But if you get Poly Tribe 101, it shows you how to acclimate a poly tribe if you guys are interested. You will grow in the areas of sharing, and it may be difficult even though you're willing. So I counsel a lot of poly tribes where the women were even wanting to be poly, but they still did deal with some jealousy because we're all monogamous still. We're kind of trying to get acclimated to it, right? So for me, I struggle with not jealousy, but worrying about making them jealous, right? Where they didn't worry about jealousy as much as I worried about making them jealous. And that's because I was still very monogamous, and I still felt like I was not giving them what they deserved. I still felt like I was cheating somehow. You know what I mean? Because I have the same mindset as many of you. So I had to learn myself out of the monogamous mindset just to be the best poly husband that I could be, because I was moving kind of nervous and moving kind of timid, and because you're thinking about it monogamously, and you guys' comments would always bother me when you say one of them doesn't look happy. So I'd find myself going to him like, "You sure you happy? Please tell me if I'm really happy, Kevin. Don't let them people sway you. You know what? I'm going to trust you, Queen. If you tell me you're happy, I believe you're happy. I'm not going to let these people sway my opinions, but they can get to you, But just let you know ahead of time, it will be a journey. People will try and from the outside looking in say, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't account for that. They'll come up with why you did it. And most of that will be to try and shame your husband. So you noticed this already and say, I think my husband would like that. But let's just say a year in and people know you're poly, they'll say your husband came to you and gave you an ultimatum. Because in their mind, they need to understand, why would a woman do this? And often that results in victimizing her and painting the man as some type of, misogynist. They love that word. But let's continue. Thank you for your comment, love.
Their intelligence, they're able to help the tribe more than that young man hunter, right? Now, take a look at today's era, right? The old people are weeded out of families. So we don't see old people as needed in the family. Often they spend their life in a rest home or in a nursing home or on the street. So it's sad that you raise your own family, you stick with them through thick and thin, and when you get old, you don't actually get a family out of it. And this ain't just men who go through this. This is mothers who go through this. They get old and they need to stay with their children, and now their children think they're too damn good. They think their life belongs to them and they don't have to look out for their parents. But your parent fed you when you couldn't eat. They carried you when you couldn't walk, and you owe that to them. But we don't raise our children to understand that every tribal member has a debt to the tribe. Every member is needed. So if you let your mother move in, guess what? Now her intellect is going to be taught to your children. Those old stories of teaching your children about tribe and family and their ancestors would now be there, instead of your child being blocked off from who they actually are, because we don't want them old people around. I'm telling you, it's wild.
But hold on, speak about this though. So all right, we're still in America, right? So are you legally married to any one of your wives in America?
Yes, I'm legally married to Jamie. I'm spiritually married to Lacey. So if honestly, guys,
I'll tell you this real quick. So
okay,
all right, so I'm a mother, and my child's father had another child, right? So when he passed away, right, we had to go through probate court to iron out all the things about the whole thing, and then because of course everything goes to the children when a person dies, right? Or it goes to the wife. So
I think that's a great question asked by Rebecca Sustain. What is the age limit? And then the next one she says, what would be a great age limit or the best age? So it's all based on your maturity level. However, I would say relationships, even monogamous relationships, are about the most dangerous things that your child will be taking part in at an early age. And we should prepare them for them, because people don't always do what they say they're going to do. So it's in relationships that they'll have their hearts broken, that they'll be traumatized, they'll be mistreated, sometimes abused, mentally abused, neglected. cheated on, because people don't always honor their commitments. And if your children are not mentally prepared for this, they can ruin their lives behind somebody not honoring their commitments. We have the tendency to hurt when cheated on. We have the tendency to destroy when angry. And when you enter a relationship where someone can hurt you or anger you, that leaves a potential for violence if we're not mentally prepared. That's why I always talk about my book, The Emotional Terrorizer, and why it's so important. So I would say, as much as your child would have to be nurtured to understand relationships and what to do beforehand, if you're cheated on, if this person won't be honest, if you're hit, if you're spoken down to, if you got to understand, if there's a great deal of knowledge that you have to teach your child to maintain one relationship, then much more would be needed for someone who was going to try two, because now that leaves the opportunity for two people to abandon you or neglect you or abuse you or lie to you or, cheat on you. You have to think, like, I loved boxing growing up. So for those of you who don't know, I used to box growing up. I was very good at it. But I loved boxing more than I loved basketball and football, because basketball and football was a team sport. And I hated when people didn't train as hard as me, when people wasn't going to, prepare for the game as much as I was going to prepare for the game. And so there's weak links on the field and people don't really care and love the sport as much as you do. But when I boxed, I depended solely on me, man. I had to make sure I was sharp and make sure I was trained, right? So I love that a whole lot more, if you know what I mean. Dang, I hate I lost my train of thought looking around at all you guys' comments. But either way, I loved boxing more because I didn't have to depend on anybody, and it was all about what I put into my body, And like I said, for some reason, I forgot the point I was making. Comment, guys. Let me know what I was saying real quick. Let me know. Hit the like button, family. Hit that like button. Show some love now. Please. Show some love. Thank you so much. Thanks, Brother Kevin. Always wonderful knowledge and builds, Kevin. Thank you. Yeah, I was talking about when I was boxing, but I was talking about the age limit. Thank you so much. Yeah, so the point I was making, the reason I brought up boxing, and thank you so much, Eudora. So the reason I brought up boxing was there's less. I trusted boxing more because I don't have to depend on someone outside of myself. So the more players or members that you put on a team increases the amount of chances that there's a weak link, right? So if you go into a relationship with multiple partners, then obviously there are going to be more risks because you need more people to be disciplined, honest, and committing, right? So, it's difficult to put an age on that, but I would say before you ever consider being poly, please be mentally mature enough to at least handle one relationship. Okay, so treat that first wife like gold. Respect her, work hard for your union, strive hard to give your family everything it needs so you can deserve another wife because you gave that first wife everything that she needed. So it's like, prove it to yourself, and then once you've done it, then now you have earned another woman in your life, and your wife will probably be glad or be more, at least more understanding to you want to bring someone else into your family. But I believe if your home is struggling and you're not being the man you should be for the spouse you're with, loving the one you're with, I'm sure she probably won't be willing for you to bring another woman in there, right? So it's like if you work a job, you got to do a very good job so you can get a referral, right? So if you guys know in your literature, and if you read the Bible, it says, if you're faithful over a few things, then I'll make you a ruler over many, right? So again, these were concepts that were written by ancient cultures, ancient people, man, who understood these things. If you be faithful over a few things, then more things will come to you. Okay, so let's go. Let's continue.
naturally, because you're married, it's going to automatically go to that wife. Period.
Right.
It's not going to go to the kids, right? So when you have this other child with Lacey, right, the money that you accumulate, right, your estate is going to go to your married legally wife, right?
Right.
How do you make sure that Lacey is taken care of in your demise?
Great question. So if I were, of course, married to Jamie and cheating with Lacey and having a double relationship like a lot of people do, and something happened to me, Lacey wouldn't have any stake in it. However, in this particular case, because we are polygamous, mean we have agreed that we are one. Now Jamie is in agreement of who Lacey is. And now Jamie and I have a covenant. If something happens to me, Lacey is also taken care of. Also, that's validated and backed by a contract that Lacey and I have with each other. And a lot of you guys can do this as well. Even if you are monogamous, if you are in a relationship where you guys are living together over a period of time, you guys can go get a contract where you guys can protect yourselves if it were to end with all the time you put in, the investments that you make, because you guys are going to be living like you're married. The only difference is you don't have any paperwork, right? So it's called a cohabitation agreement. You can have,
because polygamy is illegal in America, so therefore.
Right. So only in like Ohio or some places you can actually do polygamy and not be fined and things like that. So in order to protect yourself, you would do a cohabitation agreement. And again, you can't do this just sitting with the person. You have to get your own lawyer. They have to get their own lawyer, and you both sit down. How are you going to do your relationship if y'all break up? So you work it just like a marriage. And a lot of people are doing this to avoid legally getting married and having the government's hands in their relationships. Relationships shouldn't even involve the government.
Take just a side note here. I don't know if you saw in the comments here behind the screen here from what was happening yesterday. There's a girl named Kaylee in there saying Lacey is a side chick, and Kevin, you're pure evil, and you disrespecting black women, and you're gay, and you didn't have cancer. And I didn't say I had cancer. You have to look at the video, but this is what that other side does to try and terrorize your life. And that's why I love that you guys see it in real time. They saw it real time in the interview yesterday. They'd probably be more successful at ruining your life if they didn't hop in your comments and expose themselves with the terrorism that they do. So all I had to do was, to people who try to ruin my life, I want to let you know something. All I have to do is tell them to watch my next live, and you guys will hop into it and call me gay and say I'm broke and ugly and I can't read good and I don't love my wives and I'm abusive and my wives are side chicks. And they can instantly see that you guys are the same ones saying that I'm abusive and mean to black women. When those same black women don't mind coming over here being disrespectful to black women who are my wives. They've said nothing to you. They've done nothing to you. Yet you guys continue to terrorize me. Reach out to people who are over events that I'm booked at to try and get me taken off the platform, because you guys want to make it seem like my attempts to stop you from hurting my family was me being abusive. When you discount everything this woman did, which is what got me there in the first place. Why am I on this phone with her? Why am I asking to speak to her husband? Why am I angry? What are we talking about? What is the purpose of my phone call? But you guys just want to paint it like he's just abusive to black women. You know, you're going to be able to spin that narrative, but you'll be able to spin that narrative with women who don't care about both sides, who love to terrorize young black men as if they don't have a purpose, who love to deify themselves while deeming you misogynistic, while they lift themselves up as women, which would make them misandrous, right? But I think that's amazing when they say a black woman should be respected, but a black man shouldn't, which makes you misandrous, the opposite of misogynistic. Now, if I were saying the black woman should not be respected, but a black man should, then I would be misogynistic. What I say is we should respect each other, making me actually non-biased. But they'll say you're misogynistic. No, you're misandrous because you think a black man should shut up while you cuss him out and talk about his family with lies and disrespect him. So you're misandrist. That's what you are. That's just being truthful, y'all. So there is a real world family that exists outside of y'all small platforms where y'all try to terrorize, and that real world will not go for the shit that you're doing. So all they will actually do is expose the hell out of y'all. So keep trying, but the more you come onto my platforms, my people are going to eat y'all up. They know me. So if you think you're going to try and sway people from listening to me or respecting me, you're going to have a hard hill to climb. Yeah, they'll hear me calling you out your name, but that's about the only thing they can never say they saw me do. Everything else is lies and rumors. You say I scam, I've never scammed. You say, I've taken up money to feed the homeless and didn't do it. I've taken up money once to feed the homeless and did it on camera. That's the only time I've taken money up for the homeless. There was even a woman who jumped in their live the other day and said, I gave Kevin $500 for his homeless event. And then they tried to bring her up online and she says, I'm having a problem with my speaker, so I can't. Right. I know you ain't gonna get up there and say it and show your face. I know you won't. Cause show a receipt that you gave me $500 for feeding the homeless. Just show it. In order for that to be true, you had to be there 4 or 5 years ago when I was going hard. So prove that. You see what I'm saying? So it's like they just tell lies, but they would have to prove that lie. But then they show up and hound me, asking me to explain a video of someone trying to terrorize me when I already explained that video. If you go through my videos, I don't delete any of them. On my live, I talk about the person who made that video calling me a scammer. I had GoFundMe money for my surgery that I could not afford at the time. So I put out a GoFundMe to try and get the money for my surgery. The guy who helped me put the GoFundMe up took the money out of the GoFundMe while I was yet still in the hospital. So when I got out of the hospital needing that money to buy supplies, tube food, medicine, all the money was gone. All the money was gone. When I called him about it, he said, I was going to pay it back, but you never asked to get it, which means you stole it because you don't do that. You don't do that. I didn't say anything about it. I allowed him to pay me back in small increments because he couldn't give all the money back at one time. Maybe about a year later, people were asking me who were close to me, who I was building business with at the time, why I no longer work with him, or if I would make them a person that's over money inside of my business. And I told them, no, I don't do that. I don't trust people anymore. And when they asked me why, I told them because this person stole from me. They went back and told that person. That person got mad because I told people he stole from me, which he did. So he went and made a video saying I was a scammer to retaliate against me. So that's why I know emotional terrorizers all too well. Make them mad, they'll try and ruin your life. And how do you make them mad? By calling them out for something that they did to you. So you go into my account and steal money out of GoFundMe. But if I tell somebody you're a thief, you go tell people I'm a scammer. Okay, well, I guess you got your lick back. No, those are heavy charges. But you know, if I never been convicted of something like scamming, then you probably shouldn't go around saying you were a scammer. Anybody can make a video, family. Anybody can. Actually type in those things that say I don't have a nonprofit. Actually type in what they tell you to type it on the video and see if it leads to any truth. Because if you go back on the video, I actually show you guys that I have a real working nonprofit, one in which I've never used. I got the nonprofit to start a nonprofit, but before I could get the nonprofit completed, I fell out with my friend. So I didn't want to do it anymore. I kept straight to this line of business because I said, I'm not bringing any more people in my life that I have to trust. So it is what it is. So anyway, this stuff was years ago that people make this content off of. And all you got to do is just scroll down my page, go back a few years. You'll see me refuting it. And I've never not focused on a rumor that was spread about me. I believe you should defend yourself like your life depended on it. And many of you guys were there when all this happened, and you're still here. You know why? Because I cared enough to prove to you guys these people were lying, right? Even though you guys know about the cancer surgery, I showed you guys I did not have cancer, that my stomach was riddled with ulcers, and I could not test it for cancer. They couldn't, with the biopsy, they couldn't determine. And so you guys knew, because you got to prove that to GoFundMe before they'll even let you take that up. So you can't be fake with this stuff. But even though I had to prove that to GoFundMe just to have a GoFundMe, they'll still say I was lying. I did that to lose weight. What? I did it to survive. But let's continue.
It's petty that they even have legal marriage when relationships have always been about you committing to that person, you know. So me and Lacey and I are very much contracted, and Jamie and I are as well, and we all know about each other, and we have a.
Also, I told them that all they have to do, and I told them, I said, if you don't believe me about what I said to that woman and why, she didn't just terrorize my black wives, my black mother, and my black unborn child. She terrorized many black women. So while they're asking me to have respect for black women, she has zero respect for black women. So I told her about all the content creators who she has targeted and posted up pictures of them talking about their person, their physical looks, talking about their children, if they had a dead child or not, calling their children gay, talking about their dead sisters. I told them all about that. I said, look, go look at all these links to all of these creators, man and woman alike, who talk about the same person and how much terror she is doing. So while just understand, guys, when you try to terrorize from that page, and you know who I'm talking about, there's many pages already set up exposing you. So, and then I told them, go watch her live tonight. They went right to watch her live and saw her still being destructive on her live. You're going to have a hard time proving that somebody's a bad person when they can just go right to your live and see y'all terrorizing black people and everybody all together. So when they go look at the live, you hear them talking about how disrespectful I am to black women, but in the same videos, they calling me gay and talk about my kids. The very women who going over there to see it are saying, yeah, I'd have cussed their ass out too. Y'all pissing them off by sending them to y'all page to look at it to try and make me look evil. Kevin, did you cuss that lady out? I did. Go one live back when I ain't even on there and listen to how they cussing me out. Oh, I completely understand now. Y'all probably want to delete the other stuff that would also show that y'all contributing, because y'all tried to clip the video where I was cussing her out and didn't put the whole thing, which proves you even more deceptive. Why do y'all think this will work? Why do you think it'll work? Then they say, well, we'll try and talk about you and ruin that event. Well, try. I'm sure I have multiple content creators who will help me promote this event because they know y'all trying to destroy it. And they support me and my family. So I'm sure they won't mind taking that flyer and say, hey, y'all, go check out this event for them. So y'all can try to destroy, but we'll just keep building. And that's why I won't give them my direct attention anymore, because you know that they're only there to destroy. If you confront them and ask them to leave your family alone, they'll say no and get more destructive. If you cuss them out, they'll say, look what he did to me, and still try and be destructive to your life. So just don't respond to them. Just don't respond to them at all, because that's what they want, right? So just ignore them. I already said, until I can talk to her husband, she's a non-factor, because everybody already knows that they lie. So why even care about what lies they tell him? I wake up every day to their lies. I don't even care no more. I really wanted to get her husband on the phone because I wanted to defend all of us. I wanted her husband to know exactly what she was doing. I wanted him to check all of her stuff and see exactly what she was doing, family. But I will get into that. So let's continue. You know we got your back, Kevin. Thank you so much, guys. And y'all always have. I really appreciate that. And that's why I go so hard for y'all, too. So I'll take one for the team. I will cuss her out for y'all. So I'm actually protecting black women. That's a black woman who's doing this, and I'm cussing her out regardless of her gender. But that's not an example of me disrespecting black women. That's an example of me protecting the black women in my life and the black women who she's trying to destroy. You understand? Peace, Keith Hamilton. Thank you. Let's continue.
Agreed on if a worst case scenario does happen, Lacey will be taken care of.
So I know polygamy is permitted in the state of Utah, and I believe Arizona.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So have you and your two ladies ever considered moving to either of those states so that Lacey can also be legally your wife?
Well, we're leaving the country, so our goal is to actually leave the total country. But until then, no, because even once you get married in Utah or Arizona, you can still be fined. Okay, so you'd have to live in those places, and that's not something we want to do. Lacey and I completely trust each other. I'm invested in this relationship and can stand to lose just like she can. You know, so we made sure that each other could invest in something. And our first investment wasn't our relationship, so to speak. It was our businesses. So we said, what we're going to do first is we're going to treat this relationship like our business, and we're going to work together to grow that, right? And then when we have our child, that'll be our next, so to speak, marriage, okay? And so that's how we do it. And we've always signed contracts and made sure we were protected, because I need to feel safe, so does she. If you live together and someone isn't going to marry you, and you know you're going to give them 100% of your time, which you will if you're living together, you're going to be sleeping with him. So a woman is getting older while she's living with this man. The likelihood of her getting pregnant is there because she's sleeping with this man. If he decides to step out on her and cheat, she can get some type of disease by having this being her sexual partner. Absolutely, she should do something to protect herself. If the man's going to stick with the woman and take care and foot the bill and protect her, he wants to make sure that, hey, 10 years after footing my money and all this stuff on investing in this relationship, you ain't just going to leave me because we're not married. So get those agreements, man, because people should be accountable to being in relationships with y'all. It shouldn't be something that we take so light. And that's why we don't value relationships now, because you just taking somebody's word for a relationship. Yeah, we go together. No, if somebody's with you, it should look like it. They should meet your family before they even start dating. That man should, before you even have sex, they should meet your family. That way this man ain't gonna hit it and quit it. He ain't gonna come in your house, meet your daddy, meet your mama, sit down and talk with your brothers and sisters just to hit it and quit it. Ain't no man going through that. So if you're saying, okay, I want a real relationship, how do I get that? Slow down and keep your tribe involved. Let them tell you if that man is good for you or not. Listen to their input. And men should do the same thing. Before you sleeping with this woman, let your mama meet her, let your matriarch meet her, your grandmother meet her, your sister meet her. We got to stop playing about that stuff because your children is on the line. You meet this person day one and you sleep with them, you just gave them the highest calling you could ever give anybody, the mother or father of your child. That's ridiculous. But that's what hookup culture gets us.
So
sorry.
Really quick, the trolls are really strong in the chat room. There's a person named Caleb that keeps asking about, I guess that you called some woman or did something to somebody in like another, I don't know what is going on, but this person is like, because I'm going to let you address this situation and then we're going to either kick this person.
Now, guys, before we get into this, you got to understand how terroristic this is. They know this woman has been cussing my family out, talking about my children, my brother, all these other people and black women. They know this, but they will go out of their way to send messages, call phones, show up on your live, call you gay 1,000 times before they say you're disrespectful to black women because their intent is to destroy what you got going on. All of this. So you know they know that they're lying, right? You know they know that they are the devil. They come to steal, kill, and destroy. Steal your opportunities, steal your joy, destroy your life. Why? They don't even know you. Have you ever asked yourself, why all these people mad at Kevin? Why they keep talking about him? Why they keep criticizing him and talking about his children? What has he done to them? Ask yourself that. And you will know these people are moving off demonic spirits. They are entities mad at somebody who they don't even know. And they'll go out of their way to try to ruin their life. So to protect black women, we're going to get Kevin off the panel. We're going to ruin Kevin's life. So the black women that's in his life will have to starve because he cussed out a black woman who was cussing his wife and children out. So let's ruin his life so those black women and whole family will have to suffer. And these evil people will really set out to try and do that shit because they think the internet is the game. And they don't care if the whole family is destroyed. They'll think it's funny because they were successful in the terrorizing that they're trying to do. Downright evil to their core. Going out of their way to comment on somebody else's live ain't got nothing to do with them. This event is about something totally different. And here they are. But they know I'm not wrong. They know this woman was cussing me out. They know this woman been terrorizing my damn life. You don't believe me? Go to her page. Go up and down my page. See if you have any of my see if you see any of my videos talking about this woman, calling her out her name, criticizing her sexuality that she may or may not have, criticizing her looks, talking about her family. See if you can see me doing that for hours on end. Now go to her page and you'll see exactly why I cussed her out. And what they're saying is if he go cuss her out because she's doing that, then he don't deserve a future. So there's no accountability for her. And they'll be right back on her live talking shit about my family tonight. But if I show up and cuss them out, let's try and prevent him from doing that because that's crazy. He in a woman's business. So I'm going to tell you something. If that's a woman's business, then women are more low vibrational than I ever thought they could be because the lies and propaganda, the deceit and gossip that go on in that fucking place is unreal. You call it a woman's business? That's a demon's business. There's no woman that should be involved in that type of shit. That's crazy. Creating fights, creating turmoil for your own life so you can gossip about somebody. You are not a good mother if you're going around lying on people. Because if they turn that energy back to you and come looking for you, that's their mother who's now in trouble. You're not a good mother if you're creating enemies for yourself. You're not a good person if you're creating enemies for yourself. You're not a good wife if you're creating enemies for your family and your husband. You're a terrorizer and you're a demon. What do you stand to see people fail? What do you stand to see people be criticized and talked about? What the hell is wrong with you? I wish the Bible's God was real, because if it were, I'd have bound you in the name of Jesus. But I know ain't nothing gonna stop you. So I can say that and you would still be doing that shit. Because you don't stop at nothing. They're so disrespectful, no boundaries at all. And if they work this hard to build, we'd have something. But look at how much they'll work to destroy. They done tried to hit up people who doing events with me to try and stop it. They're infiltrating interviews, all to destroy. So imagine what they could do if they tried to build, if they tried to nurture and actually do what a woman business is supposed to be, build and nurture, not tear down and destroy. Y'all do not understand what a woman's business is. You think it's y'all's business to sit on there and talk about somebody else's life? And then when they say something to you, ask them why they so invested in it. You're talking about their life, stupid. There's a reason they're invested in it. The question is why you invested in it. You're talking about somebody else's life. Yo, in the same video yesterday, I watched them call a woman that my brother just did a video with a transvestite. Now, she's a woman with children. And they on there got her picture posted up. That's disrespect to black women. You think she want to wake up to seeing herself be called a damn man? But they don't care. They don't care to look this stuff up and make sure it's true before they say it. They so evil, but they want y'all to understand I don't respect black women. But they get on that same panel every day and disrespect black women. That woman got kids. So now forever, her kids can grow up and see a video of her being called a man. All because they don't like my brother. So it's clear that anybody who's in a video with my brother, doing anything with my sister, or anybody in my life is going to get talked about and get ran through the mud and lies told on them. If my brother can't even do a damn skit without them talking about the women in the skit, calling them ugly, manly, accusing my brother. I mean, you gotta just go look at the live yesterday. It was up there 10 hours. And they think somebody gonna want to protect them from getting cussed out. When they sit here talk, that woman gonna cuss their ass out next. Watch. If that woman finds out what they doing, she gonna be the next one to cuss them out. And go watch their live. They'll think this is funny. That's how evil they are. All of them could put this evil demonic stuff down and walk away, but they can't. Now I won't show back up on her page because it's pointless. But you will notice that even though I don't, watch me to be the center of their fucking conversation, or my wife or children, or my brother or his wife and children, or any girl he deals with and children, my sister and her husband and children. Watch them be the center of their conversation. Watch other content creators who are doing their job just like they're doing their job get talked about for doing their job. They put it on display, but then try and go paint that I'm a bad person. Yo, go look at my platform. It's full of love and light. Go look at theirs. They don't just target me. It ain't just me. It's so many people. It's endless, yo. Those girls will sit there and just go through talking about people and making up lies and agreeing with whatever each other say. They don't care nothing about how people feel hearing that shit. They don't care nothing about that. In fact, they want you to be mad. They want you to be in pain and agony for what they're saying, making them abusive. Yeah, they're using being a woman as a weapon. Dang, Keith, thank you, bro. That's exactly what they're doing. I can get out here and terrorize because I got a vagina. What? You should be held accountable because the things you doing damage the community. You out here lying on people's names and their families and talking about their kids. If somebody come and do something to one of y'all, now they going to jail. If you leave people alone, you won't have to worry about it. They're the type of people they bother you so badly that you would think the only way to make them stop is to do something to them. That's why I called and cussed her ass out. To get her husband on the phone so he can make her stop. You can't press charges, they won't stop. You can't tell Facebook they won't stop. You can't tell YouTube. You can fucking click all the buttons you want to. That video terrorizing you will still sit there. And they know it, so they still do it. So that makes them feel like it ain't no boundaries. It don't matter, y'all. Long as it ain't illegal, long as we can find a loophole, we can still terrorize these people. But the one thing they're forgetting about is people ain't gonna sit there and let you keep doing that shit. The name of the page is called Let's Talk About It with Amora. It's on YouTube. Go look at that shit. It'll blow your mind. If you like drama, I guess you'll stay there and enjoy it. And I guess that's better for me because don't bring your ass back here if you like that shit. let's continue.
Out of the chat, or she might be able to stay because she's been in this chat acting like a plum fool. So, okay, Kayla is saying that you went on and called and wished death on some woman or something in like Facebook. Can you like explain what happened in that situation?
I would absolutely.
I want to get over that, and then I want to get back to the real thing because I believe that, you know, it's people over here like with this negativity, and I really believe that people really want to know about polygamy. People might be interested in how they can like, is this something, an option? In our Black community, we have a lot of single mothers. We have a lot of families that are broken, and people are so hell bent on like just demonizing this young man about his beliefs. But in the end of the day, like, dude, like we want to focus on him getting mad and say, please address that. I want to get this person either you can stay or you can go once he addresses that, and you can either leave it at that or you can keep going. We're gonna like kick you out. But I want to like, you know, I want to be fair to the people in the chat.
So number one, I'm the leader and the protector of my tribe, and I protect it against physical threats and rumors, which are spiritual threats that can ruin your entire life. And we all know the power of lies. So there's these people who create these platforms and they spread lies about my family, my brother, my sister, and all this is behind a horrible divorce that he is going through. Won't get much into that. But the reason I cussed this lady out like she so deserved is she was calling my wives bitches and wishing death on my unborn child. Right now, Lacey and I are birthing a child, of course, but there are some complications involved, and we decided to proceed, take it full term, and not do anything invasive because that can completely destroy the baby as well. So when I mentioned this online, they said, get somebody else to pray. I never asked anybody to pray, but you don't believe in God, so we're not praying for you, and your baby's gonna die because you don't believe in God. They're saying all of this. So I'm wanting them to stop talking about my family and calling my wives out of their names, calling me out of my names. They call me gay, accuse me of being gay with Dwight Howard, who's a friend of mine, but they use his reputation to try and lead it over on me. So they're doing all these things to terrorize my reputation. I don't like it. So I go to her platform because I want her husband to know what she is doing. So I get on her platform and I tell her, bring your husband on here. Actually, I said, bring your weak ass husband on here because she called my wife several bitches just in her latest video. So I'm going to say something about her husband.
I'll say that she's pregnant, and that's fucked up. Sorry, excuse my language.
Right. So let me finish. I want to just tell you this, guys. So like, I call in. She says, come on up here and I'll get my husband. So I came up there. And as soon as I'm up there, now she wants to give me the runaround and not get her husband. Right. So now she's like, go get your bitch ass wives. Go get your pregnant bitch wife and side chick. And that's what she's saying to me. Now, I allowed her to say this 1,000,000 times. Now, I started calling her husband a bitch first because I want you to go get him. And if I got to infuriate him enough to come to this phone, come to this computer, I will, because I want him to know what you're doing. You know, so I know it's not right to call him that. He ain't called me that, but she's calling my wives that, and they haven't called her that. But however, when I call her husband a bitch, now she realizes morals exist and she wants boundaries. My husband never said anything about you. Right. My wives never said anything about you, but yet they were 1,000,000 bitches. So she continues to call them a bitch, calls me a bitch, calls Jamie a bitch. And that's when I said, okay, I'm going to give you exactly what you need. Then you're a bitch. If I'm a bitch, then you are. Now all of a sudden it's, oh my God, Kevin disrespecting Black women. No, I disrespected you because you disrespected me. You give them a dose of their own medicine, they treat you like you poison them. I find it unreal that people are trying to hound me and say Kevin disrespected a Black woman when that Black woman disrespected Black women herself, called my wives bitches, talked about myself, called my children gay. They'll say anything they can to get up under your skin, and then if you respond to them, they call you feminine. Like you're supposed to let them destroy your family because they're a woman. Lies destroy people's lives. Lies destroy lives, whether it come from a man or a woman. And any man who will sit there and let anybody lie on them and their family is crazy. A man should protect his family regardless. So I don't care, frankly, if people think I'm mean to women. I don't care, frankly, if people think I'm mean.
For a more accurate number, you guys should follow the break room with Tiff the Gift. She reviewed the video and she actually counted it out. I think it was 52 times. She called me a B before I called her one back. 52. I thought it was a bazillion, but you know, I didn't graduate college. Let's go.
Mean to Black women. Go watch the video, you'll see it for yourself. So what they think is that video is going to ruin my life and my career. Anybody who saw that can see that you're calling my wives bitches a billion times. And I think that's unfair to say I'm gonna treat people like I want to be treated, and I'm gonna cuss at you, but I don't want you to cuss me back. I think that's very unfair. You know, so I'm gonna cuss you back if you cussing at me. I'm not a wimp. I don't know who you think I am. I don't play like that. Leave my family alone, and I won't be cussing you out. It's that simple. And that's the least I can do is give you these words, but you're gonna get these words. I can't put my hands on you, but I am gonna cuss you out.
What I'm gonna say is this: is that okay? We're gonna do a poll. Like everybody, if you want to get rid of all the trolls in this chat, right? I'm gonna do a 30-second countdown. Put a 1 in the chat. We need to get rid of all the trolls in here so we can have a positive conversation. Let's go ahead and figure out if we should just go ahead. Put a 1 in the chat. Let's get rid of all the trolls.
Yeah, that's what they were putting too, Twan. 1 in the chat. Because ain't nobody trying to hear that. We here to learn and build. We want to come over here and bring their drama.
Okay. So, mods, do your thing. Find anybody that was talking negative on this chat and talking stuff about like that situation on Facebook. Could you please like scroll up and get those people out of here? Because we're not here to rehash the past, right? We're here to talk about polygamy and whether it's a viable option for marriage. And I believe that this is a very important conversation that we should be able to have as a community, and everybody to be over here like just attacking him on something he said in the past. That's not what we're here for. We're not here. You guys can like go on his platform and do that or whatever some other time. That's not what we're here for. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's being disruptive. It's a disruptive energy, and that's not what we're.
Also, guys, I heard that same lady on there last night saying, everybody lie. It's everybody lie. Lying ain't illegal, but ain't it a sin to lie? Like, if y'all believe in God, you know the last thing y'all should be saying is it's legal to lie, right? Or it's not illegal to lie, which proves you would not believe in no God, because the Bible's God says that all liars will have their part in a lake of fire, that liars will burn for an eternity, that lying is equivalent to murder. Isn't that what the Bible says, family? That lying is equivalent to murder, because when you speak bad or ill against a person, you've murdered his character, meaning other people will see this person as what you said they were and never be able to build a relationship with them as if they were dead. So you lying on people. Lies don't matter. It's just that ask your God if lies matter, right? Ask your God if gossip is a sin. Look it up. But they'll sit on that panel every day and pretend to be Christians, but gossip and lie. They're going to go to hell through that. If they believe in that, you going to hell. Do you not understand that? The literature teaches you not to gossip and lie, but y'all doing that. And in the same video, y'all go pray. Literally bring someone on to pray, y'all. And then right after that, they back to calling women bitches and me gay and talk about my children and talk about Sweet Ma and Chatty, and they call a woman Baconator. They call her Baconator because she's heavy set. But they got heavy set people on their own panel. So they have no regard for what they're doing. They try and body shame people when it's people who look just like that in their comments. They're so evil. So evil, family. No, it don't make no sense. It really don't. Gossip and lie, and that's supposed to be a sin. They say they're a Christian, though. They're sitting up there on that panel, lying, being a bad example to other young Christians who don't want to live like that. These are older women to get up there and just sit there and gossip about somebody else's life, and then wonder why they're so interested in their life being talked about. Why is Kevin so concerned? Could it be because you over there talking about me and my family? I mean, could it be? Are you dumb? What's Kevin so mad about? Why do they play like there's no reason for you to be mad? Like they ain't over there talking about you. What if they were over there talking about Johnny Depp or somebody who I don't know? Would I care? Would I be invested? Yo, it's so crazy. They'll jump on ice and then wonder why they slipping up. Why am I so slippery? Why can't I catch a grip? What happened to all the friction? What? You're supposed to use deductive reasoning. You don't know why this man is mad. What's the words that he said? What did he say to this person? Did he say, keep my wife's name out your mouth? You don't know them. They didn't speak on you. Keep my children. Did he say that? And yet still you don't know why he's mad? Let's continue.
We're not here for that.
And that's their goal. That's their goal.
My question to Brother Kevin, and then to the ladies in the chat. Why is polygamy or polygyny so demonized and same-sex marriage celebrated? Well, why do you believe that is so?
Did you get the question, Kevin?
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were asking the ladies. Okay, my bad.
Oh, first you, and then I want to hear the ladies inside.
Perfect. Okay, great. I think honestly, because people look at same-sex relationships as they're happy in it, and they don't see why how the other person could be being left out or feel jealousy, because at least they got each other. I think from the outside looking in, a polygamous relationship to a monogamous culture, it looks bad because they're just like, well, y'all have to share and all this stuff, but it doesn't matter if you're gay, and they don't look at it and say, well, y'all don't get kids out of it. That's kind of like what that defeats the purpose, right? Nobody sees that. They just sees, okay, well, they're happy, love each other. Same thing with two women. You don't get kids out of it, but of course you can go do that. You can adopt and all this type of stuff and have a child. But yeah, I think that because of, number one, programming, social engineering, we've got more comfortable with, homosexuality, while polygamy is something that has never been okay. We still, demonize the idea of having multiple partners and whatnot. So even when all parties agree, it's still something that the outsiders look at and say, well, I know they agree, but I couldn't do it, so I think it's wrong. Or they'll say, you must have been manipulated. See, think about this. Imagine a gay couple, two men. You're not going to look at him probably and say, you manipulated him into doing that, right? They're probably not going to say that with two women either. But in this situation, because they don't see it as something they would do, it's more like you must have tricked their mind or played them in order to be able to do this. But again, women date like this even in this modern world. How many husbands got a woman on the side and she knows about it, but that same woman, however, if you ask her, would you be poly? Now she'll cheat with another man behind his wife's back, but if you ask her, would she be poly, she'll say no, because it's like the idea of knowing you're sharing and working together is a problem when you rather sneak and be deceitful and be a homewrecker. It makes no sense, but I think that's what it is, just them thinking that somebody's missing something. What do you ladies think?
Yeah, to the ladies in the chat. Because they got a whole month celebrating same-sex marriage, but then when we talk about a man having multiple wives, it's like, oh no. What's
crazy about that is polygamy is actually considered LGBT. Oh, if I'm saying it right. It's actually considered under the umbrella of that. So Pride Month, my family actually should be celebrating because it's a unique type of relationship. So even though nobody's homosexual, it still actually falls under the umbrella. I was shocked when I found that out. But even during that month, they don't celebrate my style of relationship, which is crazy.
Shanice, do you have an answer to that question?
I don't. I'm learning. I'm learning.
Okay. I'm still learning how to do this stuff.
I like that. I like that. That's beautiful. That she said, I'm learning. I ain't saying nothing. I ain't speaking before I know, speaking out of, emotion. That's beautiful.
What about you? A fitness? B fitness. Can't hear you.
Turn your mic on.
Here we go. Your mic is off. Oh, okay, we can't hear you, honey. We can't hear you.
Turn your mic on, B.
I unmuted your mic, so I don't know. Your mic isn't connected, huh? Okay. Right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. All I can say is I don't practice polygamy. It's not something that I believe in for myself. It also goes against my spiritual beliefs and my health standards. You know, I prefer to only have one person. However, I definitely do not knock those that choose to do or practice polygamy. Just like homosexuals, they want to have polygamy with the same sex, or they want to be monogamous with the same sex. That's their preference. Um, I have, I want to say, health preferences, you know, that with the way the world and society is right now, where everyone is reckless, I agree with what Kevin said. It's very important to choose the right person, not just for polygamous purposes. You really have to think twice, three times, maybe four times, meet their family, because all of that definitely does matter. It has a huge impact in if you want to build a family or not, if you want to be financially stable, mentally, um, basically, all of it definitely matters. So I completely agree with Kevin in that standpoint. And I think that people are just very judgmental. Um, they, a lot of them were never taught how to cope with differences. I think that's why you see a lot of hate crimes. That's why you see a lot of racism. I mean, sadly, in America, it's something you see every day. Centuries have passed, and still people are treating each other as if we are slaves. So any kind of difference, it's almost like they hone in on that. And now with this whole AI stuff, people are losing their jobs. They're not gonna have anything else to do but to hate. They're not going to be happy with their own lives. There's a lot of people that are going to not adopt what you said, Kevin, when you said that people need to rely on their own abilities. Most people don't know themselves. That's
She's absolutely right. I want to speak to a great comment here by True Vintage R&B Fan. He says, I like vintage R&B too. Okay, that's dope. So when you are in polygamy, you have no choice but to be a patriarch, and that means led by a man, with a man at the top of the hierarchy, so to speak. The family is an organized unit that requires organization, and that organization requires an alpha leader. Now, I would say that's true in the aspect of you need a man who is not indecisive, who can make a decision, a man who is firm in his discipline, meaning he means what he say. And I would say this makes you a very masculine man or an alpha. Thank you, sweetheart. Being an alpha is not about having a deep voice or an aggressive attitude. It is about being disciplined and focused. If you don't have laser focus where you can stay dedicated to something over a period of time, you really can't call yourself an alpha. And this is why you teach young boys that to develop that alpha mentality, to start training their body, because even when you're sore, you got to keep going. Even when you're tired, you got to keep going. And there's nobody that can stop you from doing it. So if you don't have it, you're your own fault. So if you don't wake up and hit those push-ups, because ain't nobody here to stop you from having abs and muscles, right? And getting stronger and faster. So you teach young men early in life to have a strong workout regimen, right? And be dedicated to that and see it through and build that strong body, which sharpens his skills and begins his passing on of the inheritance, the truest inheritance, your genetics. So if a male sharpens his body, becomes stronger, smarter, wiser before he has a child, more talented and skilled in his endeavors, he passes those gifts to his children. Did you know that? If I can't play piano with my first child, but I learned to play piano after my first child, that next child will be more apt to learning the piano, right? So you can give your child gifts through the things that you teach yourself, family. So dedicate your time and energy into yourself and your skill sets, and that becomes your child's inheritance. One of the things that they can access if they want, right? It'll be easier accomplished for them. And I like that question too, because we need to get into that. The Chronicle Connection, peace, love. She says she's been following me for a long time, support me for a long time. So salute to you, love. Good to see you. She says, but Kevin, is there such a thing as an alpha? Technically, no. Conceptually, an alpha would equate to a leader, the the hierarchy of the, you know, the leader of the pyramid, or whatever, the person at the top of the hierarchy, the one who risks his life for his tribe, or her who risks her life for her tribe, you would call her an alpha as well. But no, there is no such thing as a true alpha in the state of, is an alpha true. The concept, though, comes from the study of wolves. There was a scientist who was studying wolves, and he noticed the smaller wolves following and listening to the bigger wolf, and he thought that was a alpha male. But whenever he traced those wolves back to their pride, it was in fact a female. So the alpha male teaching that he was doing at that time, he literally had to cease it because he could not recreate that in wolves. Okay, so now because of that, that concept was created, alpha male. So we do understand what it means, and that's why I didn't invalidate what the brother was saying, because I understood exactly what he meant. And he's right. He says alpha means respected, respected amongst your male friends first of all. Okay, and then that begets respect from the females, right? Because you guys know in school, if you wasn't cool, if you didn't have a reputation with the males, the women thought you were whack too. Nature teaches you, man. Nature teaches you. So you have to be a male who challenges himself to earn the respect of your peer group around you and your males. And they should hold you accountable. And men, you know, should hold each other accountable to being men. If you see them doing something that's lame, you should check them on it. If you see them doing something that is feminine, that is not masculine, you should tell them, bro, you out of pocket, you out of line, because that's how we teach each other as men. Okay. And women, you should check each other, believe it or not, instead of agreeing with every toxic thing that y'all do. You should tell each other when you're wrong. Our sisters, you shouldn't have did that. You shouldn't have said that. Oh, you said that. That might have made it worse, sis. Hold each other accountable as well. Okay. Because y'all got to live in this society too. And if y'all don't hold women accountable, those women you don't hold accountable are going to take your man. They're going to lie on your man. They're going to call your man gay because, you know, you don't have no standards for them. So I think like all the women who are on that panel who terrorize me, when women do that back to them and get on them, they don't like it, but they don't mind doing that to somebody else, you know? But anyway, let's continue. Peace, Elise. She says facts. She's been a long-time supporter as well. Thank you, love. Hopefully you're well. Real Talk with D said today, me and Jaffe, TC, me and Jaffe are going to get together tomorrow if you want to come up. Okay, bet. Real Talk with D is another channel you want to follow. Jaffe is another channel. TC. Am I familiar with TC? I'd like to say their name if I were, but these are amazing channels, family. Let's continue.
That's why they prey on everyone else. But they do need a lot of guidance. And it's good that you are a good role model on how a man and a family man should be at that. Again, like I said, I don't believe in polygamy. I do not choose it for myself, but you have a lot of great points, and I definitely do respect your standpoint on how a man should be, how wives should be, how a family should be.
Thank you. Well, I would say my book, Poly Tribe 101, it actually is for people who like monogamous relationships as well. So it teaches men and women alike how to cultivate their relationship, whether you're poly or monogamous. So I believe that relationships should last. I think the children should get a mother and father full term who care about their future and are dedicated to doing whatever it takes to see it through and not be breaking up and stuff after you've already made that baby, you know. So my book is more so about how a relationship's supposed to look, so you guys can keep the right things in the focus of mind and create this healthy family, understanding each other's best talents, skills, so y'all can have a healthy relationship where each person is doing what they're best at doing. It's not about, as the man, he should get to make all the rules. If the woman knows finances better than that man, it would only be right if he listened to her, right? Because a lot of men are better when they have a woman by their side. They're more they save better, right? So a woman who cared enough about her man to not, you know, take advantage of his spending habits, but counsel him on them, help him maintain a high credit score. They can live in amazingly nice houses. You know, I've seen people make $50,000 a year, and with a very strong wife who understood credit and understood saving, they lived like they were making 100. Now I've seen people who make 200 and they both spend like crazy and never keep no money in their pockets. That ain't good for your family because you're living for the day. You're only living for the joy of today, and you're not thinking about 50, 100 years into the future. You know, so I look at it like this, okay? If you get you a stable partner as a monogamous relationship, you look for you a man that has the qualities that you need in a man. It ain't necessarily about how much does he make today. If you are a truly nurturing woman, that man will conquer the world for you. Okay, if he loves you, he'll give you the world, even if he didn't plan on it at first. I've seen men become better men because they had the woman that they really wanted in their life. So if a woman knows how to nurture a man, she'll lead him to wealth. I promise you she will. So don't just go pick somebody just because he got a bunch of money, because if you pick a guy that got a whole bunch of money before he meets you, it's less likely he's going to see your value because he amassed his wealth without you. But a man who met you when he was at the bottom and knew you loved him when he didn't have anything, that man will love you and value you forever. You know, so don't wait at the finish line for the person who wins. Get with a man that you see potential in, and with faith and honor, love that man and see what he becomes, man. You got to trust each other because the man has to see what you become too. And if you take it back to the tribal days, as good as a hunter as he could be, he couldn't necessarily prove it by showing you the tangible things that he hunted for, right? Because there's no refrigerator. So it doesn't matter how good he hunts, it'll all fade away anyway. So regardless of how good he hunts, the food has to be breaking down for the whole tribe anyway. There's no refrigerator. Now we got tangible money. So we're like, how much do you have in savings? No, it's more like, does he have discipline? Is he lazy? Is he driven? Because if he has those things along with your nurturing, man, he'll be nonstop. He'll be unstoppable. But you got to know what you're looking for. The world is teaching women to look for this man who already has all this stuff. She'll be fighting for that man's attention and affection the whole relationship because he had that before he met her. He actually doubts her. He actually thinks, well, what if she ain't with me for me? What if she's with me for my money? But that wouldn't be on his mind if he met you before he had it. You know, so I know that that's one broken way that we look at relationships, is thinking that some man got to have all this stuff before you come in and nurture. That's ridiculous.
I have a question now. Now, she did mention something about health, right? So
Yes.
we all know that when a man has relationships with a woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
That with different women's, let's say vaginal cavity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Has different, like, biological, like, bacteria in it, right? And so, like, how do you stop from things like BV? Like, if you're like messing around with one wife and you come around and then, well, the condom, right? And you come around over here and mess around with the other one, how do you stop it from being a thing where a person's constantly getting infections back and forth? Because it might not be an STD that happens, but just yeast infections, BV, because you might be passing on bacteria that this woman has, and the other one might not have those bacteria in her thing. And the next thing you know, you like have like a funky coochie because you're going back and forth between women. What about that?
Absolutely. So there are some great products that you can clean yourself with and make sure that you're safe for your other partner. If you were in a relationship where all of you guys were getting down, these wouldn't even be raised the question, and those women would be saying, okay, they're opening themselves up to that, so to speak. But when you're in a relationship where everybody's heterosexual, you don't want to bring nothing or no residue to anybody else. So I'm not hopping from one bed and going to another with my wives. I make sure I take a long shower before I change that over. So like I said, the products that I use are geared to destroy bacteria and germs, all of that. And I even ask women about that too.
But I'm gonna say this is that, okay, so it's about the flora of the woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
In deep here, right? Like, a woman has a certain vaginal flora, right? And what she's saying is that she particularly was not into polygamy because of health reasons, right? Because when you insert your thing line into one woman and you take it out and you maybe later on might do it to another woman, certain like aspects of that flora actually, it's not like you can't necessarily wash it off because it becomes a part of you, right? So it's like your thing line, right? It absorbs the other woman. It absorbs the other woman. So how do you make sure, because it's not like that she's cheating on you, but it might be a thing where one woman's body chemistry might not necessarily attract with another woman's body. So how do you, like, is everybody on like a vegan diet where it's only cucumbers all day or like fasting? how do you make sure that when you're having sex with one woman, that her floor does not start to combat the other woman?
Well, so far we've never had a problem like that. However, we all have very healthy diets, and I maintain myself by, washing myself and all. So of course, women are different; they have different body chemistries, but they are sleeping with the same man, so their body should be at least acclimated to me. So as long as I'm not passing residue from one woman to the next, we shouldn't have that problem, or at least we never have. We've never had a problem like that. And again, these problems could arise even in, hookup culture. These problems could arise even with a monogamous partner, because women still have those same issues. And based on what soap the man uses, based on his body chemistry that day merging with her body, could still create those same things. So you're not exempt from it, even if you're with one partner. There's many men who think their wives are cheating on them because her body goes through those same stages, and it's honestly, he's the one who's making her sick. It's his body chemistry that she's reacting to. They go through this often. So it's really no way to get away from that other than take care of yourself and clean yourself. So I help men by telling them what type of products to get for even one wife. And they all say that it gets better after they're cleaning themselves properly and all. So, that's what I would say to that. But even then, if that's a worry of you guys, don't sleep around, okay? Because even if you're saying, okay, I'm not sharing this man, that man you're sleeping with, if you're single, you can't bank on it that he hadn't had a partner recently anyway, so now you're sleeping with all the partners that he's recently had, where I've only had 2 the past 4 years, so I think that when we look at a poly relationship, we can see more of what we think would be risks. But when we're out here in hookup culture, we don't see any of those risks, and we're taking them times 10 every time we choose a partner to sleep with.
But you know what? A woman's vaginal flora could be like changed just by like what they eat. You know what I'm saying? They could be eating wrong.
Right. That's why it's like it'd be ridiculous to I guess try and say I don't want to be poly because of that, when she can change at any moment, at any time, even with one partner.
Well, I didn't say that it's only because of that. I'm just saying that it's part of my choices.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I understand what you were saying. She was just, I guess, kind of speaking into the health problems that could occur. And
Yeah.
I respect what you're saying, but I'm saying that I think she was more so explaining what you probably meant by health problems. And I thought that's what you were meaning too. I didn't think you meant like you can catch something because you're only sleeping with the same people. So.
It's true. Yes.
It's not like catching something. It's not catching something. Like I know,
right, not catching something.
I know people that are that are women that maybe like, okay, they sleep with their child's father, and the child's father might have a baby mama that they're with, but they're sleeping with the child's father, right? And then, their flora will change. They end up getting a yeast infection or a bacterial infection because of like whenever he goes back to sleep with the other child mother, and because it's not a polygamous relationship, but he's going to sleep with that woman, and that woman might not be as health conscious as the other one. So like the thing is that like, okay, now I'm sure that you guys are sound within your relationship about what you guys are eating and things like that. But imagine like when you have these poly relationships, and it might not be like as sound as that, And now you have a woman getting like a BV and her coochie stinking, smell like shit. You know what I'm saying? So
sure. That's why I say relationships are about the people in them, right? So I've seen many poly unions that are out now, and they look more sensual or more superficial, where they show more of their body parts and kind of present themselves more sexual or seductive. Well, you'd never see that from my tribe. So every tribe has a different representation of how they want to, represent themselves and look, or where they even want to go. Some people are poly relationships is just about joy and pleasure, where my relationships are not about sex at all. Yes, we have sex, but I didn't manifest my relationship so I could sleep with 2 women. I want to take care of my families and have multiple children. So Jamie, of course, her tubes are tied. Lacey and I can still keep making children. I want more than 3 children. So my poly union gives me the ability to bring more children into my life.
Right. So that's all I was saying. Like, do you guys practice like a vegan like lifestyle or anything like that personally for your union to make sure that everybody is like healthy?
Yes.
Okay, guys, if you are a content creator, here's where you might want to hit screen record okay, when I hit play here, because she's going to ask me right now about diets, and I'm going to explain my diet to her and why. And then I talk about what I went through with having my stomach removed. And I want you guys to hear if I say I had cancer or whatnot, because they're trying to say I said I had cancer. So I want you guys to watch this video and just screen record this for me, because if you guys can do some content with this and maybe post it, that way there's some videos of the actual video that they didn't chop up and distort. Because here it is in real time of me talking about cancer, because I've already saw them clip this video, change up the words, and act like I said I had cancer. So everybody, screen recording now.
Yes, ma'am. So I would say Lacey, I'm gonna say Jamie is completely vegan. Her and my children with her. I think my daughter, she eats a little fish from time to time, and we're the same way. We eat fish from time to time, but we're mostly vegan. Every now and then you might catch me with a burger or a steak, you know, but I have to kind of eat like that now. I was completely vegan until I had to have my stomach removed through trying to combat cancer. My mother died of cancer. My sister did. And then when I got tested to see if it ran in the family, it did. My stomach was riddled with ulcers, and I went ahead and had my stomach removed because they actually couldn't test it for stomach cancer. I didn't want to die, so I didn't want to pass on and leave my children here, so I went ahead and had it removed. That changed my life, so I'm no longer vegan, because if I were vegan, I wouldn't be able to maintain weight on my body. Also,
Guys, what I say? Who heard what I said? I shouldn't have to rewind it, right? Y'all heard that, right? So even when I say I got my stomach removed to fight cancer, to combat cancer, to survive cancer, to never get cancer, I'm not saying I had cancer. You understand? I'm doing it to prevent the cancer. So it was all for cancer is why I had my stomach removed. Okay? So I wouldn't say this and then say it again the other way and mean that I actually had cancer this time. If you use deductive reasoning, try and understand what the person is saying. Okay? Do y'all understand? No, I don't know if it works that way. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it does work that way. Where if you have breast cancer or the potential of it, you get your breast removed. Maybe it does. I know that ours was linked to a gene that we have, and that gene, once it activates or triggers or whatever, stomach cancer is imminent. I think we were like 97% likely to get stomach cancer, where the rest of the world was like 6%. It's crazy. One of the fastest killing cancers ever. Again, my mother died, my sister died of it, and you know, when I saw my stomach was riddled with ulcers and they couldn't test it for cancer, I made a decision for myself and my family. You know, but anyway, these things that happened to my family have become things that haunt my family. Right, where my other sister had cancer, she was able to beat it with a surgery. My brother ended up getting cancer. He was able to beat it with a surgery by having his stomach removed. But they all distort these stories to torment us behind something that actually really wrecked our family, you know? So it's crazy, but once your life is on social media, people will use anything that happened to you and use it as something to distort who you are or bother you somehow. You know what I mean, family? It's just like the gay thing. I had a friend who betrayed me, who accused me of being gay. He was clearly lying for a come up. I've done several videos proving that he was lying for a come up. Many of you guys see this video. He also said that I was in the Illuminati. He also said that a baby was running across the room. He also said that my beard had fire in it, my eyes had fire in it. He said a lot of ridiculous things. But he says I was gay because I offered him a bowl of fruit. Cantaloupe, watermelon, kiwi, or no, cantaloupe, watermelon, and like the green one, melon. Several bowls of fruit was in the refrigerator, and I'm passing them out. And he said he didn't want one when I offered him one. The next day, he didn't say it to my face. The next day, he goes live to say, Kevin gay for offering me fruit. Everybody knows that don't make no damn sense. Even in that video, he said, I never said you was gay. I said you did some gay shit. But how was offering you a bowl of fruit gay? So they'll take that and say, you offered strawberries dipped in whipped cream and you fed it right to his mouth. So now that's something that actually happened to me, someone trying to ruin my life and my reputation, right? But they'll bring up this thing that happened to me, right? And try to use it to hurt me. But if they were actually abused or something really bad happened to them, and I started joking about that to them, they would say, that's crazy. You bringing up a harsh moment in my life trying to remind me of it, right? But this is how devious they are. They truly throwed. So if I beat the stomach surgery and survived it, they'll say you did that to lose weight. Well, because the result was me losing weight, right? I lost a lot of weight because I lost my stomach, right? But then they'll say you did that to lose weight. Yo, you know, I got a mama that really died of cancer. You can prove it. I got a sister that really died of cancer. You can prove it. I got another sister who really had cancer, also had her stomach removed. You can prove it. Myself, I logged the whole journey. You can prove it. My brother logged this whole journey. This man was skinny before he even got the surgery because he worked his butt off to try and fight cancer to never get the surgery. But he went on ahead and had it removed because he didn't remove all the cancer. So he was skinny already. But now that he said he did it just to do that. It's unreal. It's unreal. So yeah, people can definitely be evil. So you got to have really tough skin. No, I was never obese either. I was actually a larger male. I was actually even at my heaviest, which was still pretty big, about 260. I'm right there around 6 feet, just under 6 feet, 5'11", and some like 3/4 or something like that. 265 I've actually weighed, but even then I wasn't really heavy because I had so much muscle that you just really couldn't tell, you couldn't notice it. But I was a bodybuilder, I was a boxer, and a lot of this completely changed my life. You know what I mean? So having to get used to this new body is something for me. So definitely something for me to get used to, because my ideal or view of men were that we were supposed to be strong and muscular. You know, maybe it's because we grew up playing with toys and they were always strong and muscular. But it definitely changed how I see myself. It definitely changed how I see masculinity. All of that. It definitely changed, right? Changed how I see the world, so to speak. But these things have actually made me stronger and wiser going through them. But having to be judged by them and your reputation, trying to ruin your reputation by these things happening is just something that's crazy. Something crazy. And that's all because people are evil. But let's continue.
Also, the fiber, because plant-based foods have way more fiber in it than meats. My stomach doesn't break down. My lack of a stomach, by default, doesn't really break the food down as well as it does the meat. So I get a lot of stomach pains when I eat a lot of vegan food, you know. But I still eat, of course, my vegetables and all. But I definitely have some meat on there so I can, you know, keep the weight on my bones. So I eat like I have to eat to survive. But if I had it my way, I'd be completely vegan as well still.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was asking, because I know other couples that like are more of a vegan lifestyle, and that's why I was asking that. So all right, you're about to have another child. The biggest question is that, okay, so in a poly relationship, people say that a man, right? So there's two women, right? And it's impossible to give 100% because you're only 100% of the person, right? So it's either that someone's going to end up losing out, right? Because you have children, you're going to give a certain percentage to. You have the wife, you have to give a certain percentage to, like each individual wife.
So hang on. Let me
how do you make it so that you?
Let's go back a bit, because R&B said that he would assume I did have cancer by the way I worded it. Maybe I need to word it better. Let's go back and listen to it again.
Stomach doesn't break down. My lack of a stomach,
Like lifestyle or anything like that personally for your union to make sure.
Stomach doesn't break down. Stomach doesn't completely vegan. Her and my children with her, I think. My daughter, she eats a little fish from time to time, and we're the same way. We eat fish from time to time, but we're mostly vegan. Every now and then you might catch me with a burger or a steak, you know, but I have to kind of eat like that now. I was completely vegan until I had to have my stomach removed through trying to combat cancer. My mother died of cancer. My sister did. And then when I got tested to see if it ran in the family, it did. My stomach was riddled with ulcers, and I went ahead and had my stomach removed because they actually couldn't test it for stomach cancer. I didn't want to die, so I didn't want to pass on and leave my children here. So I went on ahead and had.
See, I see it right there when I say they actually couldn't test it for stomach cancer. And I said I didn't want to die, so I went on ahead and did that because I didn't want to take the risks. I think that is kind of making it clear that it wasn't cancer, but maybe I need to find a better way to word it, because I certainly don't want people to think I'm sitting here trying to claim a disease that I didn't have. You know, even when they tested my stomach after it was removed, they found no cancer, but it was riddled with ulcers and they could not test it, and I wasn't risking it. So I don't even regret doing it, because my brother, he didn't even have ulcers or a trace of cancer at the time, but he went on for about 2 years, 3 years before his flared up, and then he actually got stomach cancer. So I can't even say I regret doing it. You know, the way as quickly as it took my sister, that's not something I could risk, family. So yeah, I said to prevent or to combat stomach cancer. And they said my stomach was riddled with ulcers. They could not test it for cancer. So I went on ahead and had my stomach removed because, you know, I wanted to survive for my children. You know, I didn't want to die, is what I said. So, okay, thank you guys. But I definitely work on it to make that more clear. Maybe I started off and say, hey guys, I didn't have cancer, but it was for preventative reasons, and go from there. But I think they'll say I said it anyway, though, because they definitely distorted the video.
Had it removed. That changed my life. So I'm no longer vegan, because if I were vegan, I wouldn't be able to maintain weight on my body. Also, the fiber, because plant-based foods have way more fiber in it than meats. My stomach doesn't break down. My lack of a stomach.
No, that's a good question, actually. And I'll fast forward to get back to where we were. But did your wife make the decision by herself to get her tubes tied because she didn't want to have any more kids, or was it a joint decision? Because I heard you say you wanted more children. And if that was a joint decision, didn't you think it would make her feel some type of way knowing you have a new baby on the way? That's a very good question. No, unfortunately, Jamie's tubes were tied because they needed to be tied. Our second child, Justice, we tied the tubes there because Jamie had 2 cesareans, and the doctor said it wouldn't be healthy to have another baby. So they went on ahead and tied the tubes there. And then Israel, he didn't get the memo. Israel, forgive me, he didn't get the memo, and he kicked them doors in anyway. Okay, it ended up being a tubal pregnancy, and we were very concerned. Actually, they told Jamie that if he doesn't move, because we went to the hospital because we were having complications. They said her life could be threatened if she continued to carry the baby because it was a tubal pregnancy, and said if he didn't move that night, they would have to abort. And he actually moved that night out of all nights. So, yep. Then we have Israel. So of course, after Israel, they retied the tubes again. Okay, so that's where we were with it. But okay, guys, let's get back.
We are giving them 100% as long as you're within what they want or need.
Right? Because you have children, you're gonna give a certain percentage to. You have the wife, you're gonna give a certain percentage to, like each individual wife. So how do you make it so that you do not give more of a percentage, right? So you're getting 100% of these women, right, individually, but then you're only able to give 50%. How? So is that true, or like how do you combat that aspect to where you don't have enough time or energy to like give 100% to each individual woman? How do you combat that?
So when you find out what the wives in your life wants, you give them what they want, what they need. And so that means you are giving them 100% as long as you're within what they want or need. So if you have a wife who's stressing that they need more, now you may have something to worry about if you know you can't meet her standard, right? So in our union, we don't look at it like, is he giving 100%? Is it 87? We know that's kind of nuanced, and it can create a whole lot of problems. We look at it like relationships have stages, okay? And the goal is to make it long-term and be looking back with wrinkles in your face, gray hair, seeing your family manifested in several grandchildren, and everybody's happy. We don't want to live in the moment where we're saying, are you giving her more attention than me, or is he over there where he should be here? And in fact, they help me with this more than I'm good at it. In the beginning, I would say, okay, I've been sitting here with Jamie 2 hours. Let me go sit with Lacey 2 hours. I don't want to be weird. You know, I've been with Lacey 2 hours. Let me go back and spend time with Jamie for 2 hours. And this is what I would do on my weekends. Okay. But they would all be like, you know, Kevin, you good. We don't want you in your head like that. You know, if you wanted to take time to yourself for the day, we understand that too. You know, so they help me with staying out of my head and worrying about that little stuff like that. You know, so I don't think relationships should be built on that, and that's why we go into relationships thinking that they're about us and what we can get from that person. When you're looking for that person that you're supposed to survive with and build with long term, you should be looking at their attributes, the things that make them a great father or mother and make them better for a lifelong relationship. And that means like their nature and how they treat you. That's what's most important. If we make relationships about you don't text me in the morning like you used to, and you don't do this and you don't do that, you'll argue until you're blue in the face, because people are not going to represent that all the time. And sometimes women lose it when a man is not so sensual with them, but men ain't horny all the time, believe it or not. Sometimes we're depressed, sometimes we out of it, sometimes we got a lot on our mind. And so a lot of times when that's happening in a relationship, the woman feels like he ain't giving me attention. He may not be. He may be going through something. You know, so because relationships are built on stages, it's not wise to focus on nuanced things like that. You know, it's better to say, okay, am I doing everything I can to help this tribe further itself? And that should be the goal. You know, so as long as that's the goal, you'll have the world.
Speaking of sex, right? You know, so how old is your oldest wife?
Jamie is a couple months.
Also, guys, about that, giving 100%, and what if they're giving 100%? You can only be in one place at one time. So many of you guys work a full-time job, or you do what you do for a living, which means that you do have to be separate from your spouses for some time. You just got to make sure that when you are in each other's presence and company, that you value each other and give each other what you guys need emotionally, spiritually, physically. And as long as you guys are doing that, you should be good. You know, again, don't focus so much on the moment. Think about the long term. You want to make it last with this person through all the seasons of life, getting to an old age. Don't focus so much on today that you make the relationship a problem, because today this person might not be as attentive as you'd like for them to be, right? So just remember that, family. The relationship is not about you. It's about a healthy tribe and family going forward. If you want just a relationship, just stick with just a relationship. But marriage was not about love. It was about survival, long-term, getting to that, all those stages of life. It wasn't about love. It was about two people who understood that if we vow and build together, we can have a whole lot more for our children, and we can die and pass it on to our children. You want to love somebody you married to, but the marriage was to solidify a covenant for two people who maybe already loved each other. But marriage works for people who get married based on status, and it's not about love. It still works when you implement it, because it really is a business. You can't forget it's a business and be arguing over nuanced things like, the emotion of it all, unless the person's neglecting you, but be willing to get a counselor, be willing to work with each other where they are, understand each other. Because you got to think, our ancestors were able to have healthy families, and whether or not their personal relationships between each other was the best, there was no counselor. Their counselor was their family member in whom which they all respected, their elder, and they went to him together, not separately, and told them lies. So stop destroying your family by being not consecrated to your family, right? Be completely bound to your family, and don't spread rumors and lies within your family. If you have a problem with your spouse, don't go to the elder in your family without your spouse skewing the story. If you have a problem with your spouse, don't go to your family member. Ask your spouse if you can talk with your family member together, and that person using their insight can help y'all make a better decision and treat each other well. That's how you would keep your family in your business. But if you're not going to do that, keep your family out of your business. Okay, family? Let's continue.
Months older than me, so she's 42 already. I'm about to be 42. I'm sorry, no, she's 41 already. I'm about to be 41.
Right. So I'm not sure if she's reached that thing that women do when they get in their 40s, where they're like really extra sexually active and really want it all the time. Like, is it kind of hard to maintain sexually like that level of like this girl wants it, that girl wants it. Sometimes you want it at the same time, and then you get like jump up, go upstairs, and get it on wherever, and jump downstairs, go in and get it. I mean, how do you like manage that? Like, if they both work simultaneously, you're like, what you gonna do? How you manage that? Like, I mean, you gotta eat some. What are you gonna do? Like, how do you do that?
So we have a schedule, right? Mondays and Tuesdays, Jamie and I spend our time together. We go out, we find things to do, enjoy ourselves. On Wednesday and Thursday, Lacey and I hang out together, and we do the same thing, and we find special things to do, and we give each other 100% of our attention. Whatever happens during that time happens during that time. On weekends, I spend time with my children. Of course, say like on Friday when that comes about, I've left Lacey now. It's Friday. That night I'll sleep with Jamie. Saturday night I'll sleep with Lacey, and then Sunday night I'll do this like mid thing where I sleep with Lacey at first, and I wake up in the middle of the night, maybe about 4 or 5 in the morning, and then I go, take care of my body, wash myself, meditate, get my mind right, and then go hop into bed with Jamie. So I don't have a relationship where they're jumping up, running to sleep with me.
Like mechanical computer chip and stuff. Like, come on now. Like,
that's what I was thinking. Like, is this scheduled every morning?
Yeah,
it's a every week thing. That way,
I like be in the kitchen sometime and she might be cooking, and you just be like, "You look good cooking that food. I'm about to get it on right." And then
see, this is why discipline comes in. If a man has 2 wives in the house, he'll probably will be trying to run crazy and do all kind of crazy stuff. But you still have to be responsible for their feelings and their emotions. On Jamie's days, I'm not sneaking into the room to sleep with Lacey. That wouldn't be right. So in relationships should require structure as well. So think about this. I've created a life where my wives do not have to work. We have a humongous mansion with a big lake in the backyard. We fish, we grow food. We don't have to go anywhere.
Guys, the reason I'm laughing is because she was adamant about this, man. She didn't let it go, man. she wanted answers. All right, let's get back to it.
So they're not dealing with a husband who has to put in 40 plus hours.
I know one thing is that when a woman get in her 40s, it's only popping. Like, what are you doing? Like, for real? Like, come on now.
Again, discipline.
You gotta wait. She get horny. She gotta have discipline to wait until her day comes up. Like, that's
everybody should. Even monogamous marriages shouldn't be all about having sex all the time. Again, our ancestors didn't do that all the time. The fact that we use it as recreation shows that we've lost the value and the understanding of actual sex, and that's why many of us, it gets boring to us. We're taking advantage of something that we should be taking our time with. Even animals in nature don't breed all the time. It's a ritual. So that's why we have children all different times of the year, because we're not focused in what type of children that we want. Imagine saying,
so sex is only for breeding purposes, like, but your other wife can't have children. So therefore, sometimes sexual is the boobs. It's not having like a child. The boobs are the only thing in the woman's body that are like not even functional when you're like not pregnant. So, and you have multiple things going on with the boobs, like that can arouse you and this, that, the other. So you mean to tell me that if your wife is horny, you're gonna tell her, listen, you gotta wait until your day, okay?
I don't think my wife
one day and just be horny and whatever. About to be, because she triggered her horniness is kicking in, the hormones is kicking. I don't know, like, dude, and you gonna tell her, it's not your day.
Let me say this real quick, okay? So I'm not saying that sex is just for breeding purposes. Sex is about biological communication. When you guys have sex, you become one. So your mind becomes one again, your vibration becomes one again. So sex is good for that, whether or not you can have babies or not. But what I'm saying is solely using your bodies for pleasure is not right. That it breaks down what the value of sex truly is. So if it's just like, I want some head, I want to smash, I'm gonna ride it this time, I'm gonna hit it from the back. Now you've making sex something that is recreational and not something that's holy. It's actually a sacred thing. Now, I'm not saying that when you having sex, you can't go all out and be as freaky as you're gonna be, but you should moderate. Life ain't all about sex. And men who have a lot of sex, often they don't get to tap into their mind, because that's that spinal fluid that you're giving up whenever you have sex. So a lot of men practice retention to hang on to a lot of their intellect and strength, because you lose that when you have sex. So don't be so quick to go around wasting your seed just because you got a woman around.
Sex can be a very great manifestation tool that you can if you actually set your intentions before you have sex, and you
set your intents before you have sex. See, because sex is powerful, right? So we shouldn't just be sleeping to sleep, right? So it's like, if we plan, okay, look, we're gonna be abstinent. That's the sacrifice, right? We're gonna be abstinent until for 2 days, and then we're gonna have a sex ritual, right? And whatever we're thinking of at that moment, during that orgasm, we're thinking like we're snatching that out of the sky. those are more powerful whenever you have some time in between your sex. And it also strengthens your bond and makes you want each other more. That's why I say having sex continuously with that same person over and over and over, doing everything under the sun, you get bored quick. And relationships are not just about sex. That's why relationships get together and there's all this passion, right? And then they exhaust all this passion now. And then now 2 years in, they don't even want each other anymore. They kind of been there, done that. And the passion's gone. When you should have valued each other enough to say, you know what? Let's hold off. We don't have to attack each other every time we see each other. You know, let's be intentional about our sex, right?
Man,
So
I've got something to say about this because I do.
Question to you, brother. My apologies, but from brother to brother.
Before you ask me that, I want to talk about this for a moment. I probably should have waited till I chewed this watermelon up because that's just disrespectful. All right. So about sex, right? I try and tell men that you know, you shouldn't always be focused on sex, right? Life is about building, forging out a path for yourself, finding out who you are by diving into your endeavors, your strengthening your frame, your mind, learn who you are. Our culture, though, tries to keep men in a lower vibrational state. So when they wake up and turn on their phone, it's women twerking, it's half-naked bodies. They can't even look at a hamburger commercial without seeing some knockers, right? It keeps men in a very low vibrational state. And then when he goes outside, women are dressed half-naked. So the male atmosphere around him, the male spaces around him, make him feel like he should have to go out and get women or always be talking about women or thinking about women in order to be a man. So all of this cultivates this very low vibration in men, which makes them aimed mostly at sex, when that's not the way. If you're a very horny man and all you think about is sex and getting some booty and leaving and not thinking about relationships, you're immature, because as you age, you're going to need a relationship because you're getting ready for the next season of your life. And so it's a sign of maturity to want a relationship, to want a real, companion, right? It's a sign of maturity to want children and to want somebody you can have children with. It's a sign of immaturity to be running around just wanting sex. And you got to understand that you're imbalanced if that's all you think about is sex. I'm just telling you. I know you can look it up and see as much of it as you like, but it's just not healthy. You're supposed to, we want to grow up to be a man, a leader of men, a builder, a leader of your children. And you're not going to be able to do that if all you're thinking about is sex, man. You're going to squander and mess up relationships, mess over good women just to get some sex, ruin your relationship with a good woman because you wanted to get some sex outside of it. The more a man arrives to the place to where sex does not rule him, it means that he will not be ruled by sex, okay? Meaning he will not be seduced into making a bad decision that ruins his family, seduced out of his money, seduced out of his choices. Men need to definitely understand the power of being able to change your balance, right? Being able to focus on higher things and know that you're not just you're not supposed to be a man who just like, I want some coochie, man. Where the coochie at? Where the coochie at? It's just not wise, family. All right. So that's why one of the, I just wanted to say that for you guys. All right, but let's continue.
As a man,
no, you don't.
I feel like that needs to be reiterated to the women that are learning about this, because many times I see that
Intentional about our sex, right?
I feel like that needs to be reiterated. I feel like seeking more.
They don't even want each other anymore. They kind of been there, done that, and the passion's gone. When you should have valued each other enough to say, you know what? Let's hold off. We don't have to attack each other every time we see each other. You know, let's be intentional about our sex, right?
Man,
So
I've got something to say about this because I do.
Question to you, brother. My apologies, but from brother to brother who is also experiencing this new wave of relationship, do you go into this relationship seeking more sex? as a man.
You're not. No, you don't.
I feel like that needs to be reiterated to the women that are learning about this, because many times I see that this type of relationships, oh, it's just this man just wants more.
I wish I had that little soundboard so I could click it and get an applause, because true vintage R&B fan, that was perfectly said. You are all if you are always craving sex, there's a problem, a wound you have to address. Absolutely. Yeah, I can go back. Kenyatta, what did you miss, love?
Sex. How is this man gonna give me the attention that I need if he's over here giving that, fondling that woman, and she's getting more? And so, honestly,
Great question.
when you
Ask
have
yourself.
multiple women, is it more sex?
Mechanical.
Right.
Like,
It is.
There's no
We're
spontaneity. Like,
mechanical.
you know what I'm feeling today. You know, everything is on
Sure, there's spontaneity, but on your days, right? On your days, you
Come on, now, y'all. What if y'all like watch the movie one day and you just feel the love, and so when you feel the love, you gotta hold that back.
We don't watch a movie one day. If I'm with Jamie on Monday and Tuesday, I'm with Jamie on Monday and Tuesday. Lacey is more so.
Or if you are just out one day and y'all just feeling it like the moment, and you looking at your wife and
You
like,
are going in about this. You just want it when you can get
no,
it.
I'm a sexual person, you know.
So if you were building a poly union, you would want to make sure that that you can act on your spontaneity and that your other partner will be okay with it. That's all. But I wanted to answer his question when he asked about, is it is it just about sex? I want women to keep in mind if that man. I want women to keep in mind if that man were single, he could sleep with multiple women many nights of the week. If he says, I want 2 women in my life, he is vowing to be a protector and a provider for 2 women in his life. That's not easy, because he could just stay single and not protect or provide for any of y'all, and he'll get the same booty, because women just be giving it up. So when women say a man doing this just for sex, I say, no, he ain't. If he was doing it for sex, he wouldn't commit. He'd stay out here and just run rampant.
No offense, ladies, but y'all do. Now, not y'all this on this video, of course, none of y'all, but they be giving it up out here in these streets. This is why dudes find it so fun to play the field and stay single so long, because they know that they be giving it up. So again, a sign of maturity is that he say, I'm going to give all that up and be with you. Okay, so you can't say because Kevin got 2 women, he want to have a lot of sex. If I wanted to have a lot of sex, I'd be single, have a lot of sex, and not commit to any one of them. I mean, and what's crazy is nobody be judging me like they do now. As many women line up to talk to me and try to holler at me. If I had low character, I'd have so many kids out here. Well, I probably wouldn't be on this planet no more, because them women would have got rid of me by now. All right. But so if I was out here single, just running wild, right? Just messing with all these women, right? They'd be like, well, he's single. There's really nothing wrong with it. There's no morals that he's breaking. He's not hurting the community. I'm just knocking down women after woman and woman, right? Like giving them children and shit, and then breaking their hearts and shit. Like at least I told them I didn't want it to be serious, right? But I knew they gonna like my ass, right? I told her up front, I'm just a heartbreaker, right? But I ain't doing nothing wrong because I'm single. Let me get in a poly relationship. I only can give 2 women children now. I can't run rampant out here in these streets. But now it's wrong. I think y'all want me. I think y'all just want me to be single so I could be out here in the streets. I think that's what it is. So next time women criticizing me for the relationship I'm in, I'm gonna be like, you just want me to be single so we can mess around with no commitments. That's what you want. Because I wouldn't get no judgment. It would be no judgment if I was single out here just running the streets. Y'all actually praise these celebrities who out here running the streets. Wasn't it Usher? You was like, shoot, I would love Usher. Keke Palmer, you should show your ass to this man who's single and do what he want to, and forget that man who you raising a baby with. That's Usher. Let your relationship burn. Look, I be so right, it's hilarious, right? I know y'all like, he be so on point, the shit's comedic, right? Show Usher your ass. Forget your husband. He being jealous. He insecure. Yo. Speaking of that too, how many of y'all ladies would be with Usher? How many of y'all say, you know, I don't want to be with I don't want to share no man. But how many of y'all would be with Usher? Because all y'all was lined up there. Usher just moving right on to each one of y'all, serenading y'all. All y'all was melting too, right? One after the other. He looked like a damn Usher. It looked like it was in church. You damn near needed an usher to come cover y'all up when y'all passed out. Get y'all put a blanket over y'all. Y'all needed an usher to carry you, slide y'all out the building, stand behind y'all. Stand behind y'all like this so you feel comfortable falling back. Usher get up there and start singing. It's 7 o'clock. Ah! But that girl over there just passed out. How you gonna hop up here after her? Right? And not just Usher, Denzel Washington, any major celebrity or star that y'all love this day. Would y'all share him? Like, I just want to know. A lot of y'all ladies say, I wouldn't touch Usher. I wouldn't touch Usher with a 10-foot pole. Usher come up to you singing to y'all gonna act the same damn way. Because that's why y'all didn't criticize Keke Palmer. Y'all said, it's Usher. You should disrespect your family. For Usher, he's a singer. He makes songs. He can dance. You should disrespect your family. Come on, y'all. Let's not discuss what the man probably got and stuff. Like, come on, y'all. That's besides the point. But they up there anyway. They up there anyway, family. Say prayers for Keke. Y'all funny.
I promise you.
So
He'd
I
have a
wanna
woman
say
for every
something.
finger he got.
You're absolutely right about the difference between a man being married and having that discipline of family and wife, and how he should discipline himself. You know, every relationship has to have a sacrifice. You know, you said it yourself, Kevin, when you said you go into, whether it's a relationship or a marriage, thinking about what you can give, not what you can get out of the other person. And I think that's really what makes a difference when it comes to sex. When it comes to my personal preference, that is huge. I do want that spontaneity that she's speaking about, and I do want my husband to be able to do that as well. You know, if we're cooking and then, you know, we don't have to wait, that is definitely a sacrifice that in polygamous relationships you'd have to take into account. You know, but even in monogamous ones, you have to take into account that it's only one partner. You know, if he's not feeling up to it, he's maybe sick in his body, he's got a cold, or he didn't sleep well last night, he's gonna need that rest, or she, you know, and vice versa. You have to sacrifice something at one point to be able to meet the needs of that person. And I think that's what's important.
The Bible say you're not supposed to like
deny each other. You know, I know what you're talking about. But look,
so unless you are in agreement, that is.
So even though their relationship is polygamous and there's religious, what if you have a Christian polygamous relationship? It's like so he get to like do whatever, you know, whatever you want and she want to do. So anyways, but I wanted to like bring it back.
I want to say this real quick, okay? Keep in mind now that if a man manifests like I have, a life where none of us work and we got all the time in the world, so to speak, and I'm not putting 40 hours, 50 hours more in a week just to be able to provide for my family, but I'm home all the time with my family and children. You can see how if a woman has a man who has to go to work, she can't sleep with him anytime. She can't walk in on his job anytime and just get some. She got to wait till he come home. So she does have to wait, right? But me personally, I don't have to go to work. My children and wives are taken care of because I make my money selling my books and on all my platforms. So we are fine and taken care of. So we have way more time together than other couples do. So just keep this in mind. When Jamie and I are together on Mondays and Tuesdays, we're together on completely all day, Mondays and Tuesdays. We do whatever we want. We go to the park. We go to see concerts. We go to hookah lounges. When Lacey and I are together, we go watch singers. We go watch comedians. We go do our loving stuff together. And it's all day. We give each other our full undivided attention.
All right, put a stop there for a second. Says, isn't it the same thing when a guy goes to a strip club? I don't exactly know what you mean, but if you don't mind, can you elaborate for me real quick? And while you typing that out, I'll say this. Speaking of strip club, I actually had a conversation on this topic with Keke Palmer. And that's probably what you're talking about, where I mentioned men going to strip clubs, throwing their money, spending their money on the dances and things of that nature. I talked to her about that, and I said that if a man is married, he really shouldn't be doing that. I wouldn't say it's cheating, but it isn't wise. And that's why I say men shouldn't always be thinking about sex, because that money that you are giving to those strippers to see them naked, you could be giving to your wife, right? She is the mother of your children. I know that sounds simpy, Kevin. Well, dude, you're giving the money to a woman just because she is dancing naked in front of you. Do you think you should be paying a woman to dance naked in front of you when you have a wife at home? You got to think about this now. Okay, so would it be wise to give what could be your inheritance, the abundance that could be passed on to your children, to a dancer? Like, would it? So I would say a husband who understands the value of his resources, of his body, would not use that money to just throw it away on something that his eyes can see in a lustful way, when you can go, if you're going to do it, on the internet and look at it all for free. To me, that makes no sense for a married man to be in a strip club. But many married men do go to strip clubs and enjoy them for whatever reason. But, I say that you should be focused solely on your family and not be vibrating in a place where you even need to see that. Some people say, hey, I just like the wings. Well, an ass with a side of ass, but you're okay. I'm not going to argue with you. Let's go. Oh,
But
wait. What you supposed to tell me what you meant? Let me see something. Hang on. I forgot. Okay, if Keke Palmer looks bad dancing with Usher, isn't it that same thing when men go to strip clubs? Yeah, I would say it's the same thing. Let's see. Keke is danced in a inappropriate. She is dressed very seductively, which is a woman's way of enticing men. I call that cheating in and of itself, because you're going out revealing your body in a way that would make men think about sex, and you have a man, which means you should cover that up for your man. But a lot of you don't believe in poly, but you be a monogamous and still go out dressed like that, meaning you still want other dudes to look at you. I don't know. My wives are poly, but they wear dresses down to their knees because they with me. But I mean, appreciate that, babes. I know what's under there. I ain't got to show it off. Neither do y'all. Y'all keep it where it is. It's for me. All right. If you cover it up, it's more for me. All right. Anyway, so yeah, I would say Keke Palmer going out dressed that way is already cheating. That's to every man who's gonna look at her. But then when she turns around and shows her body to Usher, that's almost like offering him sex. So I would say that's worse, because when a man goes to a strip club, he can't just offer her sex and then she take it. She has to offer it to him. So he doesn't go half dressed, but he does go revealing his assets. So I would say they're both pretty damn bad. But if we're going to put them on a scale and weigh them for my art, I'm going to say that y'all doing it way more. Hey, it is what it is. Let's go.
you also have days when you guys are together and y'all don't never feel frisky in the middle. Well, you be listening to this thing before I let go, and y'all just
if it's Monday and Tuesday, and Jamie and I feel frisky, or if it's Wednesday and Thursday, and Lacey and I feel frisky, that's what it will be. And on Saturday, and I'll tell you this, my wives are not like this. They're not saying, Kevin, if Jamie wants some on the weekend or whatever, don't do it. It's kind of like you don't have to tell us about it. They don't want to come to my room and hear the bed squeaking. You know what I mean? So they're definitely all still very modest, and we don't have a sexual relationship. I got children all up in this house, so it ain't like we just going to rooms and just sleeping and, you know, smashing it out. It's a time for that. That's how we look at it.
Or in the bathroom or wherever, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, so I was just saying, like,
She wasn't playing. I'll give you a shout out, Lisa and Kofa. Kepra Heru. Peace, King. Good to see you. Good to see you, King.
Say what?
all right. You know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all.
I think when we hear polygamy and polygamous, that's kind of where we go with that.
I don't want to be polygamous. That ain't
Hey, bro.
I stand corrected. They do be hunching them strippers, and if them strippers so want them, they probably would do it. I mean, I'm thinking if you go in there and you'll pay to see it. I mean, I ain't gonna pay to look at food that I wouldn't eat if they let me have a bite. So it's the same. You're right. I ain't gonna argue with you. You're right. That was an excellent point. And I will stand corrected. Okay, those men be humping in the champagne room. Usher just singing. Well, we ain't talking about who wronger, the men who in the strip club or Usher. We talking about who wronger, the men in the strip club or Keke. And I think you definitely still substantiated your point. Okay, Usher in this case would be the stripper. Okay, the one who's giving you a service, and that's what you're paying for, right? So, I think the stripper is a little bit nastier than Usher because he's just singing. They got their whole booty out, and sometimes more. So, if you got to get naked to do it, it's probably worse. Oh God! Oh God, man, let's go.
It sounds like they want the sex in this polygamous relationship.
Hey, the women want the sex more than the man.
I want
you
the
can
sex,
just tell by
but I want
all
the
the R&B artists.
You actually,
Hey, Mars,
the more
salute.
she older, she gonna find out. I'm 46, okay? Your wife's only 42. The older she get, you gonna find out. Like, all that regimentation, she gonna be like, man, listen, my hormones are kicking in heavy, and I need to.
Well, I'll say this. So far, I've been able to be successful at satisfying my two wives. At least they have not made any complaints known to me. You know, so typically you don't.
Hey, look, Miss Jeannie, if Miss Jimmy, I'm sorry. I don't know if you've already started building your union or not, if you already have a male, but I do have a friend who I would definitely approve of, who is looking to start his poly union. If you're interested in meeting him formally or whatever, just inbox me, okay? All right, let's continue.
Don't hear any complaints until the relationship's over anyway. So if something happens, you might hear a bunch of complaints.
I truly believe that it has to do with respect too. If the women respect their husband, they won't really choose to complain about things that they know that they're going to be taken care of eventually.
It's a fact.
So here's the thing. So let's get into this, right? Prince Ella Clark. All right. Now we are doing a panel coming up, right? Called the Meeting of the Minds. Okay. And I'm going to play the commercial for that in a few minutes. But so, what was the qualm that you had with what Prince Ella Clark was saying?
Well, she believes that women should absolutely rule men, and not that men and women should work together for a better future. So, I don't stand in this mindset that men should rule women or run women in any way, or that men are the superior to women. She has this idea that women, though, are superior to men. I think that's a broken view. I think that's going to destroy the communities that we live in with that mindset. So I made a video where I was responding to her video where she was giving some of her views, and I was responding to it rationally. I didn't insult her person. It's called an ad hominem when you talk about the person rather than the content of what they're saying. However, I went back. I think it was maybe even the same day. She had already saw my video and began to, respond to my video. She didn't get through it. She probably got through around 5 minutes of the video, but she was talking about what type of hat I wear. Yeah, this is the type of brother who wears spiritual stuff just to manipulate women. She wasn't dealing with the content of what I was saying. So what I hope is at the actual event, she can actually deal with the content of what I'm saying instead of talking about my person or me having two wives. He just want all the women to himself instead of speaking to the actual comment that I made about her comment, which was very rational and to the point.
I want to ask you guys something really quickly, okay? Bring this down. Now, I've heard the logic of feminism I've heard it. I've heard it. And I've heard this idea of course, where women should be at the top of the hierarchy and they should rule the world. I've heard feminists say that, of course, the things that they say about not needing a man, about being more capable than men and therefore should rule. Just want to talk to you guys about something, okay? Hit me up, King Mars. I got you. I want us to reflect for a moment, okay, and unveil a truth that lies beneath the surface of beliefs, okay? We got to get deeper than beliefs, okay? We find ourselves in an era where men often have been at the helm of power. They've been at the helm of power. Yet, amidst this narrative, I ask you, from whom do feminists demand these so-called rights? When women are asking for these rights, who are they asking for these rights from? Men, correct? So if Prince Ella is saying something like women have the power to rule the world, then why would they have to ask for equality? Why would they have to ask, family? Right? Imagine, if you would, in a world without the construct of what you term patriarchy. Can you not sense the abyss of suffering that would unleash upon women? But here's the paradox. Do women wield the power to command, to shape, to mold men as they wish? Do they, family? Do women have the power to command, to shape, to mold men as they wish? Let's dive deeper. Imagine a scenario where a man approaches you intent on a conversation, but you, with no desire for such interaction, resort to conjuring up the imaginary suitor to deter him. I have a boyfriend. Why did you do that if you have the power to move this man on your own? Now, in a world where you remove men protecting you guys, do you not see how you become more vulnerable? Does this make sense to you? Quite often, it is another man who can indeed reign as his counterpart. This is why you say, I have a man, because you think by saying I have a man, you would deter that man. But truthfully, you could say, I'm a woman, you're subject to me, get out of my face, right? But no, I have a man because I don't want to be bothered. And the only way for me to get him to go away is to now use this excuse that involves a man, but I don't need men. Why, you might ask? Because men, by their inherent nature, carry an edge of danger that women simply do not. As we ponder the dynamics at play, allow me to introduce the alternative lens. Instead of the term patriarchy, okay, consider the word bodyguard. Now, instead of the word man, consider the word bodyguard, okay? Are y'all ready for this? Now think on it. Which choice resonates with more profound wisdom? Should you stand as the guardian, or should you be the sentinel, or should he be the sentinel over you? Right? So should you be the leader, or should he lead you, this bodyguard? Should you listen to his advice, or should he listen to yours? Now, this is your bodyguard, right? One in which you hired. He doesn't rule you. You hired him. You're paying him, right? Who boasts the strength to protect the other, men or women? And against what possible peril, right? Envision a world where the men cease their protective roles, right? In this scenario, who shall stand vigilant? If men remove themselves from protection, family, men would roam free, unbound by restraint. Would they not? If men said we're no longer protecting women, then wouldn't it be men who are unbound by restraint now? Does that make sense to you guys? You'd fear men, right? If men said we ain't protecting women no more, now your natural fear would be men, because who's going to help you from these men, right? Free us from the patriarchy, but that very patriarchy is protecting you. It's in place for you. It's in place for us. It's not about rulership. It's about survival, right? Now, does your guardian not shoulder the mantle of your safety? I think you would say, yeah, my guardian does shoulder the mantle of my safety. Is it not wise to heed their guidance, steering you from harm's way into a safer path? This is not the essence of authority. No. A guardian, a protector of your well-being. Could you harbor resentment words towards him? Right? Would you resent your guardian for leading you and protecting you? Would you resent your bodyguard for saying, you got to come now? You got to move over here now, right? Stand here, don't stand there. Don't go that far. Stay within this boundary, right? Such animosity would appear completely irrational, wouldn't it? To overlook the significance of physicality is to disregard the inherent truth that we are beings of flesh and bone. As technology advances, it fails to level the playing field, as some might suppose. So imagine a late night stroll through your imagine a late night stroll through a dark, dimly lit street, right? A man approaches a stranger. Tell me, who would feel the tremors? Who would feel the tremors if a man and a woman are both walking down the street and they see a man walking towards them? Who's more likely to feel nervous, right? You would say a woman is, right? If down a dark alley, you see another male walking, I think the woman would feel more afraid, right? Because there are more risks for her, right? Right? Wouldn't she feel the most unease? Right. Thank you so much, Keith. Right. So unfortunately, in the Western world, confusion mingles with understanding. This confusion extends to modern feminists. Let's examine the notion of the power imbalance, a tangible and undeniable reality, a raw imbalance of physical prowess, an unequal ability to coerce and exert force, and to embrace violence. It's a truth that stands unshaken. Our culture pays homage to might, revels in force, and dances with the shadows of violence. To some, the one possessing the most power, exuding danger, stands as the pinnacle of superiority. But it's not about being superior. It's about protection, family. A man goes and becomes capable, and he becomes capable of war. That makes him a protector for the family or tribe. You understand that? So the more that man can protect, the stronger that man is, you should feel safer, not intimidated. Please come out of that spell they have you under. The very thing that you're hating is the very thing keeping you safe, family. All right. Hopefully you guys understand that. Let's continue.
I think that's completely untrue. I think that men actually love, believe it or not, more so than women. It's men who commit. When men see a woman and he what you would call love, he wants to give her the world. He doesn't say to her that she got to be a certain height, have a certain amount of money, or even look a certain way. When he feels love at first sight, this man is really willing to give her the world. And you see that manifested in nature. That male wants to get into the future, number one, but he wants that spouse and that covenant. So he'll do whatever it means to take it. I mean, to get that. Whereas with women are often looking for you to do something to prove you love them. So when you ask women, who's more romantic, men or women, they'll say themselves, but actually it's men who are romantic and they like romantic gestures. If women were romantic, they'd be buying men flowers and seeking to do romantic things to put a smile on a man's face. If women dealt with love, they would be looking at the man they wanted and going and asking him, will you be with me? Right? And so I look at it like a man commits to a woman through his love. Can a woman love too? Absolutely. But to deny that men love is absolutely ridiculous. Men absolutely do love. You gotta think like this. Why would you say men can't love? Like, where are you getting this from? You know, we have a heart, we have a brain, We have all the emotions that women have. The only thing that's separating us is our biological vessel, which gives us more strength than you guys. But other than that, we're about the same. So men can absolutely love. I've seen them cry over their wives, cry over girlfriends cheating on them. I think that's crazy to say men can't love. So she makes these bold statements like that to say men can't love. Is that because you?
The scary thing about that perspective is that'll bleed over into saying he don't even love his children. He don't love his mama. He don't love his daddy. He don't love his brothers or his sisters. So of course he can love, right? I mean, how does he give his life for you if he doesn't love, right? So those are very scary lenses to look through to say a man can't love. That is crazy. Because if you're saying he can love everybody around him, just not the woman that comes into his life, that sounds even more cynical, right? So to say that men can't love is just crazy. That is crazy, family. But let's continue.
You haven't felt the love of a man? Because I can see why you have that view if that's your life, but it's crazy to say men can't love. That's wild. Men jump in front of bullets for their wives. They get nothing out of it. How dare you say they can't love?
Men go to war for their family.
Right. You get nothing out of that. So it's like, what you mean they can't love? I would call that love.
She has a book.
Look, they'll say men can't love, but then go get another man to beat another man up because they mad at him. Why that man go out there to beat that man up for you? Did he love you? Could it be that he loved you? Because you know he taking a risk by doing that, right? You know he risking his life by doing that, right? But men don't love. It be blowing my mind, man. How did they come up with this stuff? Let's continue.
And hang on real quick. I'll say this. They say Jesus is the perfect example of love, and he died for you. That's the man's goal in a relationship. How dare you say he don't love you?
Well, you know, that's going to be the conversation that we're going to have when we actually do this town hall. Now, she did like a whole thing with Charleston White, and you know, it got kind of heated. You know, with Charleston, he kicked over like some wine and messed up my couch, and messed my couch up, y'all. I'm mad about that. So it's interesting that
Charleston wild though. You could expect that, but okay, go ahead.
Right. He got up and kicked. I think everybody kicked some whatever drink they had. They kicked it over at some point in the conversation. It got really heated. And so what happened is that at the end of that conversation, you know, Charleston said, you know what, we need to take this outside of like just us conversation. This
Oh damn! I thought you just take it outside. Okay.
Right, but after like I guess like when he saw what he said and how it was received, he decided that he didn't want to be a part of it no more. So what happened is we said, you know what? I believe that we have other people that want to be a part of this, that can have this conversation. So that's where we are right now. I'm going to show you guys the commercial real quick, and I want you guys to make sure that you guys like and subscribe. I'm going to show you guys this quick, and we're going to like do some like last words from everybody. We're almost at the two hour mark, so I don't want to like just drag this on for any longer. I think this is a great build.
Great question. True vintage R&B fan said, how many women in the chat would take a bullet for me if I was your man? That's a good question. Y'all gonna take a bullet for us? Which one? How many of y'all would take a bullet for your man? Put it in the comments. Now, this is assuming you love this man, you got kids with him, you married to him, all this, right? Now, let's just say you want a date with this man. I know you wouldn't. As soon as we take y'all out, we saying we're going to be your bodyguard. So if you accept our offer on a date, you just got a bodyguard out the deal, right? What do we get? Somebody to die for. It's backwards, man. Damn, the first one, Sakina said, I would. You got a death wish. I'm just playing. It depends on how you treated me. Wow. Okay, wouldn't take a bullet, which is what I expected. Oh, my wife Afia said, I would most definitely. Well, you stay out the way, damn it. And you too, Jamie, before you even say something, stay out the way. I got it. Let me get hit. Yeah, y'all down, Sakina. Y'all a whole different breed. Viola said some women will. That ain't what we asked. We asked, would you, Viola? Now listen, don't go nowhere, Viola. You have to answer the question for you, because I feel like that's some kind of weird way to get around it. So you didn't even have to comment, but you did. So would you, Viola, jump in front of a bullet for your man? Because some women will, without saying what she would do. See how they try to get you? Janet said, I wouldn't. I ain't mad at you. Your nature is to flee, to run from some bullets. All right. Somebody else said I wouldn't. Okay. Jamie moderating, she came here to whisper, I would too, but I can't comment. Okay, well, stay out the way. Miss Jenny said, of course I would. Oh, stop. Y'all ain't dying for nobody. Stop it. Oh, stop. Y'all. Y'all is not dying for nobody. Stop it. Stop it, man. Stop. Let people talk about my union. They be like, well, Kevin, if you die, Lacey gonna be out in the cold. Well, I gotta be the one dying. It's like they be sending Lacey messages too. You know, if he died, Jamie get it, right? Wait a second. Hey, you don't know if I'm going before you or not. Don't fucking count your motherfucking before they hatch. Hey, nobody promised tomorrow. What I get when you die? What you mean? I'm just playing, man. Women don't think about dying first. Y'all do not think y'all die first. Y'all is thinking we gonna die first and what y'all getting. Now stop. Stop it. A man supposed to let that on all levels. I like that. That is funny. Look, that's when we know the man's role right here. That's when it start coming out. Luminous SWAT said, a man's supposed to lay it down on all levels. Lay down as well. That man, that is crazy, boy. See, we know. I love it, man. So how dare you say you don't want to cook? How dare you say you don't want to clean? You don't want to cook for me? True Vintage, you know I know they lying. Man, we lying about as much as that other page. Man, because this is the most lies I've seen on my panel. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. This is y'all just complete cap, okay? Maybe want to change my hat. I just feel like I just feel icky because all the lies, man. Stop the cap. Y'all didn't even want to cook for us. Talk about y'all jump in front of a bullet. Why the hell would you jump in front of a bullet for somebody you don't want to cook for? You ain't want to do our laundry. You don't want to listen to us. Y'all argue back till you blue in the face, but you'll jump in front of a bullet? Then why you sitting here arguing over being right? You can't even take a damn loss in an argument. Talk about jump in front of a bullet. You run from argument. You run from accountability. You ain't gonna jump in front of no damn bullet. You deflect questions. Damn it. You're not about to confront a bullet. Stop it. Stop it. You love me, but that ain't the way you love. Now stop it. I know you love me, but that ain't the way you love. Yesterday, I told you I had a problem. You flipped that shit on me and told me what was your problem with me. You would not jump in front of no bullet for me. Who are you trying to convince? I see through y'all. Viola said, he knows I'm always right. See, you can't even take a W, a wrong. You can't even be wrong in an argument, but you would jump in front of a bullet. He'll tell you wrong for that, but you'll not. Then you'll argue with him. No, I was right. Man. Kenyatta said, actually, men do that. What? Change up what you're saying and turn it back on you? I'm sure they do. I ain't denying it. I'm sure that men do it too. Okay. They do it too. Okay. They do. I ain't gonna lie. I counsel many couples. Men do it too. They definitely do. All right. Let's continue, man. I'm rambling.
Unfortunately, we had like some nonsense people in the chat, but overall, I think this was a great conversation. Let's look at this. This stuff.
We definitely had some nonsense in the chat.
Right. What the hell? Oh, okay.
Shout out to Ringo TV Reactions.
Musical evening at the
What up,
historic
Ringo TV?
Dallas, Texas on September 20th, 2023 at 6 p.m. Join us for a meeting of the minds, love and relationship town hall, sponsored by Preference Dating, Inner City Creative Group, and Real Life Productions, brought to you by Zulu Vision. This event features a lineup of renowned experts: Anton Daniels, Tanya TKO, Kevin Wesley, Princella the Queen Maker, Kevin Billions, and Napa Shada. Elevate your experience with exclusive balcony VIP seating, complete with complimentary catering, provided by Zulu Vegan Cooking, tantalizing your taste buds with delectable delights. Plus, enjoy electrifying musical performances by Shaka Zulu and Phil Wade. Participate in this interactive town hall where your voice matters. Engage in thought-provoking discussions, connect with like-minded individuals, and groove to live music. Tickets go on sale starting August 9th, 2023. Secure your spot for an evening of inspiration, connection, and growth. See you there. Brought to you by Zulu Vision TV.
All right.
Look, guys, I'm gonna end it right here, but it's only a little bit left. We do a little bit more talking, but now you got something to go to their page for and finish in the interview if you like. But I just think it's cap. I just think it's cap that y'all talking about jumping in front of a bullet for us. And if it's true, I need to have a conversation with y'all. Okay. Now I want you to go to your husbands too. If you married and you saying you would have jumped in front of a bullet for your husband, I need you to go to your husband. Okay. And I want you to tell him what you told me today. I think he'll think that's really sweet. You say, baby, for real, you say you would do that. He ain't gonna believe a word of it. But you say to him, how do I prove that? Because he'll say, okay, don't jump in front of a bullet for me, but here's how. Here's the equivalent of jumping in front of a bullet for me, okay? Be receptive to what I'm saying when I'm talking to you. Try and hear me without changing my words up to inflame them and act like I'm doing something. Don't be so overly sensitive when I'm, trying to make a correction in your behavior or anything that could, make you better constructively. Make the plate pretty when you make my food. Show me you did it for me and you wanted it to taste good for me. Go out of your way to show me that you care about me and love me, but I do not want you dying for me. I don't want you jumping in front of a bullet for me. So that's not. I don't want to lose you that way. I'll risk my life for you, even more so if you would just forsake that idea. But then I do want you to show me you love me. I don't want to see it before you on your way out the door. I don't want to be arguing with you about every little thing. You complain about cooking for me. You complain about taking care of me, supporting me. You complain about everything. And then your last gesture on the way out is going to be this loving act that is really going to piss me off because what's life without you, right? Like you just going to jump in front of a bullet for me. See, told you I loved you. But we was just arguing. Babe. I would have rather you just listen. Baby, come back, baby. Baby, come back. Baby. Baby, no. Oh. That is morbid. That turned into something that was completely morbid, okay? but I just want you to understand, no man out there is going to say, yeah, that's right, baby, die for me, but can continue to compete with me on everything. No. Be soft with me, baby. Be soft with me, baby. Be cooperative, baby. Be my queen. Be my lady. Help me create an amazing life, an amazing future. Help me do that, baby. Please help me do that. But don't jump in front of no bullet for me. Don't you do it, please. No. All right, y'all. Stay tuned, man. I got some more content for y'all coming soon. Trust me, trust me, trust me. Y'all seen these amazing interviews I've been doing on my YouTube channel. I'm going to be breaking those down. So make sure y'all stay tuned. Check out what a brother doing. In fact, I will start advertising ahead of time. I never do that. So I'll start, letting you guys know ahead of time what's going on and what's hip. All right. So I love y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in. Be evolution. Be the change that you want to see. No candle loses its flame from lighting another. And if you were to ever find yourself in the middle of chaos, it is in that chaos that you'll find yourself. And that's right, Triple X. Figuratively speaking. Peace, y'all.